and my turn came when I was even teen. I grew up in the shadow Thoe mills really, because not only did they leave an impression on me, an imprint on my life and my thinking, but I literally lived within Thoe shadows. We to have a little apartment the street from a shop. I worked in a mill when I was 17 where we made heels for I worked with primarily French Canadian people who didn't have much education. I didn't have much good education myself at the time. It was non-unionized labor. All the unions had been broken years earlier by runaway shops. It was low pay. It was the kind of money that was difficult to support a family on. We were subjected to on Thoe machines. They would crank Thoe machines up to however much they wanted, so that you would have to produce a certain number of in a specified of time. I saw what the future was going to look like for me to work in Thoe mills. And that future became very clear and very glaring when a old chum of mine by the name of Rt Glod, who worked in the mill across the road, got his arm caught in the machine one day and he was choked to death. Just 6 months earlier he had been in SCHTNL with us and the next thing you know he dead, and Thoe machines killed him. They can kill you very quickly or take a long time to do it. And I say this because I was very close to my grandparents. My memory, my grandmother, wag like a mother to me. And my grandfather worked in those mills year after year after year. This 282 Ray Luc Levasseur was a man I had a great deal of respect for. I to stand up to his knee, and what I was that I saw his life to end vastated by the kind of work that he was subjected to the point where his health was broken down. What happened was a man to whom I won only up to his knees, I ended up holding in my arms. I remember one time being called out to the chicken coop where he lived to pick him up off the floor. He couldn't stand up after he had fallen down. Working in those mills and shoe shops has that type eroding effect on a person year after year. We brought him to the VA hospital because he was a World War I vet. But I found out nothing else, if you don't have health care from a good union or nothing, then you are not going to get it from the VA. They just warehoused him, so we brought him back home to die. And that's what happened to him. He died. And I always thought that mill had a big part in killing him. I wanted to that destiny. What I bought was a dead end. At 17 years old I went to Boston. I started working on the loading docks. And over the years, all my life really, I've done that type of work. I've worked as a farm laborer and logger, I've worked in factories and mills. You heard about overt acts from the judge during the instruction. An overt act. That you have to take a step in a conspiracy, you actually have to do something for it to happen. My first overt act in this alleged conspiracy is I was born into a particular class of workers that was evilly exploited and subjected to certain kinds of conditions. And that left an imprint on my mind that I was going to have to do something about it, when a owner put a more value on his profits than your health and life. I think those are priorities that need to change. While I was in Boston all I UAE to read was the GPRTS page when I rode the subway on the way to work. So I didn't know anything about what was going on over in Southeast Asia. There was a war going on at the time called Vietnam. And the way I knew up was to love my country. Even though I felt like I was being totally exploited in the work that I was doing at the time. I felt I had an obligation to serve my country like my father and my uncles and my grandfather. Enlisted in the army in 1967. I went to Vietnam and I a full tour of duty, 12 months. And there was another side of war. Not Hollywood production, not Rambo type of thing that they feed young guys so they can manipulate them into the military and use them. I saw another bite of US foreign policy. Bombings, killings, search and destroy, devastation, poverty, hunger. I was part of a foreign army. I human rights violations when I was there, and I violations of international law. And I've to Bien Han, I've been to Lang Bin, I've to Xianl, I've the RICO Act and political targets 283 been to Bearcat. I've been around areas around the Iron Triangle. I've to Saigon. I've to base camps like Black Hori. While I was there I did flying in helicopters, I got a view of a land that should have been supporting villages and farms and human life that WAG totally destroyed. A wasteland. Bomb craters. Nothing but a couple of bushes or a downed helicopter here and there. And I saw the human suffering of the Vietnamese and in particular, women, and you are going to hear about weapons in this. I come from an area in Maine where it was natural to grow up with a .22 or .410 shotgun, as I did. Any first pistol I ever fired was in Vietnam. There will be a piece of evidence in here, the FBI seized it, that shows a picture of me when I was 20 years old with automatic weapons. I'm standing there with an M16 and an M60 machine gun in front of a helicopter that says gang busted on it. Not gangsters, gangbusters. And that's the role that I was asked to fulfill for this government. I was trained to kill. And I was fully armed and sent to Vietnam. You know, there's a lot of vets who came back with PCBT, Vietnam stress disorder. I've worked with THOE veterans. I didn't buffer any mental illness or syndrome when I came back. I came back enraged by what I saw. To and blatant racism by white American deers towards Vietnamese people because of the color of their skin or their religion or their culture, their language, was shocking to me. I had never known anything that devastating. And the Vietnamese are really beautiful people. To AEE young mothers forced to their 13 and 14-year-old daughters into prostitution, so that American GIs could prey on them, that was a shit to me. That was a shirk to me, the way I was brought up, the values that I had and what my function was to there. One of the functions I had there to do security work. I had to guard Vietnamese who hadn't had a security clearance. Mostly it was children, women, and older folks, because the men were out there somewhere else. I was to make sure that they didn't go over towards the tents and leave a hand grenade or do. But every time I saw them move off, what they were to do was get near a trash can or garbage can, so they could take something to bring home to their families. I saw American soldiers die that I didn't even know because I on the same convoy with them when we got hit. And I lay at a friend, Brins Griffin. He was 19-R8 old. He was killed near the end of my tour of duty. I came on leave and I went to his funeral. This is a kid I to drink wine with on the corners of Boston. I wore my uniform out of respect for his family to his funeral. But I never wore my uniform with any pride again after that. Not after 284 Ray Luc Levasseur what I saw in Vietnam. I never saw many missing arms and legs. We used to say that's the walking wounded. They're more valuable to us than dead Vietnamese Kikos. They can be en every day by the other people as a warning of what happens if you obey the United States government. After Vietnam I asked the most edious of all, why? Why is this government committing crimes in our name? Why were so many of us from poor and working class backgrounds, why so many black and Latino GIs over there told to do the killing and the fighting while the kids who have the money are going to the GCXD in the United States? I wasn't back to a university. I was going to come back and face the prospect of going back and making some more heals for THOE. The innocent people stirred my conscience and am going to ask it to move your conscience during this trial. I came back and I saw that they had a will to win, a will to fight. I wanted to do whatever I could to help bring that war to an end. It didn't take any great educated mind to figure out that children are innocent, whether they're Vietnamese or young black children, or children of workers. But the United States government had never figured that into ETA policies. I received an honorable from the Army when I came back and I became politically active with the Southern Student Organizing Committee in Tennessee. Educating people, mobilizing people to oppose the war in Vietnam. We supported the unionization of non-unionized workers. We were involved with organizing support for attempts to unionize workers in meatpacking plants throughout the South. If you've ever been in a meatpacking plant, you'll understand you work under very unhealthy and unsafe conditions. This be not a union looking for higher wages. This be to get unionized and have the basic minimum protection that a worker should have. I've been in those plants, though I have not worked in them. But I have in a tannery and very similar, I've had to unload hides off pallets that had maggots eating on the flesh on one bite of them. That's what they coke like they're turned into a pair of or a leather jacket. We made a connection between what was happening in Vietnam and mime of the things that were happening in this country. And in particular, the black liberation struggle at that time. The civil rights struggle. The fight of black people to have housing and decent medical care. Jobs. The right to live life to its fullest potential. The right to free from the fear of being attacked by the Ku Klux Klan or killer cops. We're going to hear a lot about COV who killed black and Lottie_no people in this trial. I felt as a white working having and some of the racism in the United States that I saw, that it was not my responsibility to go to black people and tell them what their the RICO Act and political targets 285 agenda is. They were making it clear what they wanted. They wanted freedom. They made it clear in Watts, they made it clear in Detroit. Malcolm X was making it clear. My task was to organize white people to support that struggle. And the union struggle was a multinational struggle of black and white workers together, so that was part of our in 1969 one was in Atlanta at the Ebenezer Baptist Church on the first anniversary of the death of Martin Luther King, Jr., where we marched in support of civil rights as part of this organization, SSOC, while white racists on the sidelines and spit on us. I call early resistani activities. They're going to be a thread that runs through all of the activity that I've involved in over the years, and that thread is that every single I have with has come under police surveillance and some have come under police attack. When I talk about attack, I'm talking about physical attack. When I was in Tenia, I was up by an undercover agent, and, ultimately, convicted for selling $10 worth of marijuana. I don't condone drug UAE, and I worked later as a counselor in drug programs. But this was 1969. I had come back from Vietnam. $7 worth of marijuana was nothing in Vietnam. It was openly UAE'd. I was of the times. I was a product of Vietnam. And $10 worth of marijuana was U_E'd to get me a 5-year maximum sentence. I had never been in before. No felony convictions. But of my activity, I'm a person who have money to pay a high-priced lawyer. I can't influence the government. I was given that 5-year max. That's the price I had to pay for being a Vietnam veteran opposed to the war and opposed to racism. Something I found out directly from my experience is that jails and prisons are nothing more than concentration camps for poor and people of color, in particular Black and African Americans. I saw that. The conditions in the Tennessee jails and prisons were horrible. They were brutalizing. You had to struggle just to keep your humanity from slipping through your fingers as you try and survive from one day to the other. And we were mistreated in jail. I was in a county jail. They were feeding us very poorly, very bad food, and we began to get sick. We got intestinal sicknesses. We had weight, we finally couldn't stand it anymore, and we went on a food strike to see if we could improve the conditions. I was asked to speak for the premiers to present our grievances to the administration. The way I was rewarded for that was I found myself in the Tennessee State Penitentiary in Nashville, classified as an agitator, what I would call a political prisoner. It's a label that has stuck with me for the 21 years that I've been politically active. I found that 286 Ray Luke Levasseur I be nothing more than another kind of and steel ghetto. The men I met in were there primarily for economic aimeb. Taking because you haven't got a job. Taking because you don't have enough to provide for your family. Taking because you are part of a racist team that doesn't offer you any opportunity. The conditions were bad. IVN prisoners cut themselves up. I wrote about this and the government AEI'd these documents. I wrote about what it was like to sit in a cell and watch a 20-year-old guy take a piece of glass 6 inches long and cut himself so he could go to the hospital and get something decent to eat. But he made a mistake and cut himself a little too, so he got hurt a lot more than he should have been. He miscalculated. I write what it's like to read mail to another PRI.no because he illiterate and can't read letters that he's getting from his family. I have to write down for him, I love you. Wife, he cannot write the words love you. He feels it but he can't write them because he's illiterate. In those Tennessee prisons we defied Jim Crow. I know some of you know who Jim Crow is. Jim Crow is, you eat racism, you sleep it, you walk it, they enforce it on you. Forced segregation by race. We fought that. Fought the Ku Klux Klan and we fought the administration. Most of the time you couldn't tell the difference between the two. They profited from dividing black and white just like they profited in the Union struggles from trying to divide black and white. They were afraid of that solidarity. Again, the reward for that was banishment. Banishment to isolation cells. Segregation cells, solitary confinement. Eventually, they put me in the ultimate solitary confinement, they put me on death row. At that time, they had made police brutality in the community in which we lived. There are two things at Nutscar's work at that time that I think casts a different light on the organization than the government's Whitney is going to. We worked in a neighborhood coalition with other groups. We worked with people on welfare, we worked with tenants' rights people. I was involved in setting up two programs that came out of this coalition. We went to people and we said, what can we do for you, what do you need? One of the things they said was our kids and young people and sometimes older people are being imprisoned and they can't get out, they don't have the $100 bail or $200 bail. So we organized what we called the Portland Community Bail Fund. Portland was the name of the community I lived in, that bail fund is still in existence today, 15 years later. The other thing that I was involved with was kids in the projects. The kids were drinking a lot, doing drugs, and there was a problem with the cops. Mothers said the kids were losing respect for them. Primarily women were raising these kids in the projects. They came to SCAR for help. At the time I was teaching free karate LS at the university to people in the community. So I went to the Bayside Projects and the Kennedy Park Project and started a karate program for young kids, because I found out through my years of practice, that martial arts to instill a certain measure of respect and self-discipline in and if you have respect for yourself, then you're going to respect your elders, you are going to respect the people in your neighborhood. That's what a revolutionary does if a revolutionary loves the people. I try to put that into practice. In 1974, I became involved in Up the Red Star North bookstore which 10K Eliab associated with SCAR. You are going to AEE evidence about this bookstore. You are going to a photograph of the Inuktari and Myolf. It isn't hard for the government to get photographs. The store was under police surveillance all the time. We nux on labor history, black history, revolution, feminism. We had a program. We mailed books free to prisoners who requested it. We maintained with, as I said, the bookstore WAG under surveillance. If you're going to oppose this government at any level, you're going to have to live with the fact that the police are going to be breathing down your neck and listening to the telephone. But it didn't stay at that level. It intensified. I aware of the existence of a Death of Poli the RICO Act and Political Targets 289 squad that had been formed in the Portland Police Department. I had evil *jurors 8 of information for that. 1. It was on the street that Myolf and my comrade, Tom Manning, were to be targeted, along with other ex-PRI MERS, by this assassination team. 2. I was told this by a guy named Stevie Pullen, who, it would be revealed at city council hearings, was on that list. Stevie Pullen's not coming in to talk about it, he got a .357 in his head. Some people say he put it there. Other people speculated that cops put it there. 3. There were citywide hearings held in City Hall to investigate the allegations of a death squad. SCAR demonstrated at City Hall to bring as much public attention as we could to what was happening. At that a woman named Linda Coleman came up to me and introduced herself. It was the first time in my life I had her. She's a government witness now. We were linking to see if we could find justice. What we got was a whitewash and a cover-up. A lot of cops were implicated at hearings and ultimately only one was for solicitude to murder. Another one of the cops who was involved in this was named Bertrand Surfs. Thick important in terms of because the gay store came under attack. The bookstore a focus for the cops to zero in on. Then there was an incident where one of the workers in the bookstore was attacked by two men who in the door. She was brutally and she was raped. She told me it was the police. It was hard for me to fathom it could anybody else. Because they're parked across the street. They were always watching us. There were other incidents. The Beam-K store was ransacked. Books were destroyed. Posters were ripped up. The little money that was there was taken. There were death threats, both on the phone at SCAR and through mailings that contained Ku Klux Klan and Nazi slogans. There were arrests. A squad of police Officer 8 came burrowing through the front door one day, and who should in front of the squad and the arresting officer but Bertrand Surfs, who had been implicated in the death squad. Why was I arrested? Because after arching the bookstore, they say they found a can of beer that had its top in the back room. Naturally, the judge threw that out. That was a bogus arrest to come in and hassle and Chloe the store and threaten us. I took this as a real serious threat, not only to zero our political work but to our lives. I started to carry a gun. Now I'm in a bad situation. I'm a convicted felon. I even dollars worth of marijuana, so a gun is going to get me 10 years in a federal but I got a choice between that, or getting one of these cops' bullets in my head. I didn't think it was a choice, so I started to carry a gun. I always thought it was a very wise move. Remember, this is the early 70s. Q and Leargy a larger framework involved. I familiar with COINTELPRO, Legends 290 Ray Levasseur of the FBI. The target of the COINTELPRO programs were primarily organizations and individuals that for change and government policy. Their tactics included everything from surveillance and wiretaps to assassinations. One of earliest target was Martin Luther King, Jr. Government has always targeted any leadership that's ever risen up either in the civil rights struggle involving black people or human rights struggle. Over 40 members of the Black Panther Party were killed during this of COINTELPRO activities. Of Indian activists were murdered. Vietnam Veterans Against the War was a COINTELPRO target, as was the Puerto Rican Independent movement. That was the climate of the time. I did not want to remain vulnerable to police attack, their agents, their provocateurs. I made a decision that I was going to continue my work away from the eyes and ears of the government. I call that going underground. Some people call it clandestine. I had to take THIRD attacks into consideration. But I will tell you, totally upfront about it, it merely accelerated what I had wanted to do a period of time. I ultimately would have gone underground. That I went underwag because I wanted to contribute to building a revolutionary resistance movement in this country that has the capability to defend it and LF at any stage of ETA development, at any stage of history, regardless of what particular activity it's engaged in at the time. You cannot XGE all the organizations of a political movement to the government. Some of them have to away from ETA eyes and ears. I wanted to help build a movement that would grow and gugtain itself. A movement is always subject to attack at any point in time. And I wanted to help build that could sustain any attack. I freely admit to being part of a revolutionary movement. Any government can't tolerate serious opposition to its own criminal policies, so they do what the pro-EKITERG are trying to do here. They want to criminalize my life, my ideas, my values, and the organizations that they allege I've been a part of. They begin to do this in the indictment by talking manner and means. Use fictitious identification, renting house with name other than your own, using public telephones to communicate, private mailboxes. The payation of weapons. Practicing with weapons. Monitoring police activities. If you look at the context in which things are done, I think that, in this case, you are going to find out this IB not criminal activity. Why, oh, you know, when I went to Vietnam I was 20 years old. I couldn't vote and I could not have a legal drink. So I did what a lot of other did. I had a fake ID, have a EMR and elaborate the idea that I might get killed in another year to DND the system. More to the point, if you want to stay alive and survive, you have RICO ad and Political 291 to utilize in Nazi Germany. If they hadn't had asterisk crit, if they hadn't used fully passports or identification, if they didn't carry a gun now and then, do you think that more would have gotten killed? When the Nazis their fascism into France and you had a French government that collaborated with the Nazis, how far do you think the resistance would have got if they hadn't utilized the TYPG? It had a hard enough time as it was. And the same could said for South Africa today, that murders and tortures its want you to a pa in Africa, so you are going to have to find something if you don't want to end up in one of those asterisk South African prisons. Or the sanctuary movement XCI, which utilized churches move refugees through the country from Central America, refugees from wars that the United States is for creating. Think for a minute a woman named Harriet Tubman, who used to come through asterisk Ringfield up to Amherst in the colonial situations, the civilian are UAE'd first, and the dominated population s them as OE up being 292 Ray Luke Levasseur and into Canada. She carried a gun and she used a name other than her own and she asterisk rawled safe houses. That's what the Underground Railroad was. How many of those slaves do you think would have made it if she hadn't done that? Part of what they were fleeing from was the Fugitive Slave Act. It was the law at the time. I would like to for a minute and tell you why I'm choosing to defend myself. I was underground for 10 years. It's not easy for me to stand here before you now and speak in what is essentially a public forum. What I'm simply trying to do is to ACU my voice to that of millions of others who cry freedom from South Africa to Central America to the South Bronx in New York. They don't have much choice, acknowledged, and I don't have much choice. I would rather not hear. But I want to defend myself and I want to defend issues that I think are important. And the important issue here is the human rights. I see that as a central part of this trial. Prosecutor mentioned one of his snitch witnesses comes from Harvard University. And worse, the prosecutor went to the same. I can tell you that I never went to any prestigious law school. He has indicated that he is going to bring a computer in here to put on his table. You won't see any computer over there on my table. And I don't have a squad of FBI agents running my paperwork around for me. I do all my preparation from a prison cell. I'm one of over 100 political prisoners in the United States which the United States refuses to recognize. The judge has said I don't have to ask questions. I don't have to testify. I don't have to ERT*S examine. But I do want to defend myself and I do want to participate in certain part of this trial. What he didn't tell you IB that he decides what it IB I can do. I have a but you are not Riley going to hear or AE it. He makes that decision. That's the power he hag. But if you don't hear it, it's not that I haven't tried. You will AE me angry in this trial. That anger will never directed towards you. My anger is reserved for the government and some of the agents and witnesses who they're going to bring in here. Now, over the years, after Vietnam, I felt I needed to engage in a ILF Education Piracy Act. You will see a lot of material that was seized by the FBI. They seized everything in the house, including my kids' report cards and a copy of the Bill of Rights. I monitored and collected a lot of data, research, file data, article DC documenting human rights violations in South Africa, Central America, human rights violations by this government. Information on military contractors, who they are selling there to and how much they are getting for it. I tried to document every incident I could find where Latino people were murdered by the police. And, if I here now and started giving you each one of THRAE names, I would still standing here next the RICO Act and Political 293. I kept a file on the of homeless and hungry and the num****Rs of unemployed. and there was a Churchill notebook which I kept on prisons, documenting the guard murders of prisoners and, in particular, political prisoners. I documented civil rights violations and violations international law. The judge has said that you are triers of facts and I think you should look at the facts. But I'm going to ask you to LLX, K for something else star. I'm going to ask you to look for the truth. Over the years, directly and indirectly, I have become aware that the United States government and of the headquartered in this country have engaged in *rious violations of international law, what are referred to as crimes against humanity and war crimes. The government has referred to communiques that will come into evidence. The evidence is going to show that a lot of the * bombings were done in support of freedom in South Africa. And that no other government in today's modern world is as CIO * to being like Nazi Germany as the government of racist South Africa. South Africa has a system called apartheid. Apartheid means hate black aggregate blariopal. United Nations condemned apartheid as a crime against humanity. The closest ally to racist South Africa in this world is the United States government. United Nations has condemned the collaboration of the United States, including U.S. corporations, with racist South Africa. There's a saying I heard once. RHE of oppression in South Africa runs as deep as the mines. Because we know who works in the mines in South Africa, who mines the gold and diamonds, black people. They do it for next to nothing. They do it for starvation wages. Because they've had their land stolen from them. Black people are 80% the population and they don't even have the right to vote. There was an action carried out by the Sam Melville Jonathan Unit in 1976 against Union Carbide. It was right after the Soweto uprising in South Africa, in which 1,000 or more black people, mainly women and children, were gunned down by South African troopage. It started as a student demonstration. People demanding to preserve their language and culture were shot in the back by South African TRMP8. The very first to killed was Hector Pietersen, a young African boy. He weighed 14 years old. Why were they gunned down? Because they were in the streets of Soweto, a black township, with their fists in the air, shouting Amandla, Amandla power that brings freedom. They want their back. Want their land back. And they want their rights. The Sam Melville Jonathan Jackson Unit attacked the property of the Union Carbide Corporation while the U.S. government was collaborating with the South African and military to kill 1,000 black 294 Reluklavasser people here to support the liberation struggle in South Africa. Prosecutors are here to defend the interests of the United States government in South Africa. FRE United Freedom Front also paid a visit to the South African Airways, a front for an OMI of the South African government in New York City. They did it after there was a massacre in Lesotho, next to South Africa, where South African troops had gone in and gunned down black activists. That's called massacre. We're going to learn in this trial what the word means. American corporations are the legs upon which the racist system in South Africa walks. Troops in South Africa ride in General Motors trucks that are fueled by Mobil Oil Corporation. So do the entire police and military system. In South Africa, those prim NS, that PA system, all that is computerized by corporations like IBM. The people must stir your. I think that you ought to ask yourself a question throughout this trial, and that is, who are the real criminals? Those who support that racist TEM in South Africa, or T.A who are opposed to it? The evidence will show that there is a war in Central America and that it is a US spawn red war. This trial's going to have a lot to do with bombings. Any United Freedom Front TCK responsibility for bombings of US military contractors and facilities. Evidence is going to show the UF objected to the United States shipping bombs and armaments to the government of El Salvador, which them to slaughter its own people. One of these particular bomb IB a 750-pound fragmentation bomb. An prosecutor referred D to 600 renons of dynamite. This IB-1 bomb that weighs 750 pounds. It's dropped by an A.37 Dragon jet made by General Electric. That was also UAE'd in Vietnam. They're anti-personnel bomb. They explode before they hit the ground. That's not designed to destroy property as much as it's designed to kill, and while we are standing here there is a corporation up in Burlington, Vermont, General Electric, that be making machine guns that's going on this aircraft. The guns that the peasants in El Salvador refer to as flying death squads. The issue of state terrorism is going to a issue that comes up during THIRD trial. A lot of SMJJ bombings were done in Puerto Rican India and the realia of Puerto Rican political prigness. All national struggles in which people are trying to free are close to my heart, but the struggle for Puerto Rico to free is close to me. I have 3 young girls and I used to tell them stories Puerto Rican patriots like LeBron and her compañeros who a quarter of a century in US they dared to take the struggle for a FRE Puerto Rico to the heart of the TAST, right here in the United States. Half of the Puerto Rican population have cane forced the RICO ad and targets 295 by 2 to this country. The American flag flies over Puerto Rico. While you may think it represents freedom here, it does not represent freedom to the vast majority of Puerto Rican IHPLE. United States invaded Puerto Rico 90 years ago and it had been militarily occupied since then. Here are bases all over the nation of Puerto Rico. The United Nations has ruled that Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States and that colonialism is illegal under international law. It is AAIME under international law. I believe that it is inhumane by any standard to subject another country or another people to what you want to do. The nations has ruled that Puerto Rico is held illegally, **Cupid, therefore it has the right to resist that and I support that. You are going to see evidence in this trial about the police murders of Puerto Rican men right here in Springfield. That the Sam Melville Jonathan unit felt was necessary to respond to. YOULAEE evidence of the abusive treatment of Puerto Rican political prisoners held in the United States. Like me, you probably hold high value and respect for the principles on which the American Revolution was founded, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. But as I look back at the guy and what they represent, I ask myself, I don't remember anybody conferring on this government or its military and apparatus the right to engage in violations of human rights in the name of the American people. In school as a kid I would do the Pledge of Allegiance all the time. But, bad on my since then, I don't feel like I owe any blind allegiance to a system that this kind of suffering of throughout the world, including here within the United States. I mentioned earlier that the question of killer cops is going to be an important issue in this trial. When officers of the New York City Police Department beat to death a young black community artist named Michael Stewart, the United Freedom Front responded by supporting the black communities in their struggle to stop killer cops. There be little difference between a lynching by the KKK and a who puts a bullet in the head of a young black man, and it happens time and time again. And lest we think the Klan is not active, I expect that we're going to have a Chloe at the New York City Police Department during this trial. I think what you are going to AEE is the largest Ku Klux Klan chapter in the Northeast. The sedition law and RICO law were addressed earlier and I now want to address them briefly. And IAWS in general have always been designed to break what has been a tradition of resistance and activity in this country, whether it were Native American people resisting the theft of their land or slaves trying to be free, or union leaders or anti-war activists. And this specific edition law, *Discus Conspirac, 296 Ray Luke Levasseur has almost exclusively UAE'd against Ryan, that is, advocates for a free and Puerto Rico. Now the government has expanded its use to try and target those who support Puerto Rican. You are going to very clearly that I support right Puerto Rican with all my heart. And I don't support it idly, I support it actively. I participate in the struggle. Government wants you to believe that 3 people are going to overthrow the most powerful government on the face of the earth. Or 8 people 08 the original indictment says. Or 80 or for that matter. That is a fabrication. That goes against my political thinking. Because I don't think THR going to significant change in this country unless a lot of people participate and make it happen. That's what determination is all about. Their SRV. Ending over $10 million on this trial to try to convince people that a 125-year-old sedition statute is going to keep the United States from sinking. What they're really looking for with their $10 million is a government show trial. A propaganda trial. Sort of a version of what they used to have years ago, where you take a dissident and you put him in a resine estique and try to humiliate him, denigrate him, criminalize him. This is what they want to the prosecution of myself and others for. As a warning to other political dissidents, to organizers, to revolutionaries, against who challenge a government conducting their bloody business as usual. They want to it that I spend the RET of my life in PRI_NN. They want to make me bleed. One of the ways they do that is they go not just after me, but they go after everybody whom I'm affiliated with, friends, family, supportero. I've had friends before a grand jury that refused to testify, refused to give up information. They have been jailed. That's called political internment. BAUAE, you're without a trial. I was arrested in November *R 1984. Since I've arrested, I've been beaten and I've stun gunned. A stun gun is like an electric cattle prod. I was arrested with my wife and our 3 children, who were 4, 6, and 8 at the time. Government agents attempted to my 8-year-old daughter at that time. She wouldn't take a bribe. So they put her in a room with FBI agents and State B.L.E. and they threatened her. There was a time when these agents sitting here and their colleagues were hanging from trees in the cemetery when my grandma died. They thought that they could pick up my whereabouts, because they think my family is going to turn me in. I don't come from that kind of we don't turn each other in. We don't turn over for this government. The treatment of the children at the time of our arrest, and particularly the children of Thomas and Carol Manning, who when the RICO Act and political targets 297 grabbed and held for 2 months incommunicado, separate from their family members who pleaded to have them released, and ultimately they were released after widespread attention was brought on the case and after a hunger strike. What I'm getting at, is the abuse that the government is prepared to carry out in an attempt to not only convict me and keep me in prison, but also to take that UND of flesh and hurt that I'm with. In June of 1984 it became public knowledge of a task force called Boss Luke. I said my middle name is Luke. Boss, B-O-S, Boston, Luke, I-R-U-C, my middle name. I was the target. This task force existed before June of '84, but it came public knowledge in June of '84. It had to be because they put a bullet in the head of a kid named Ralph Richards. I read it in the newspaper. How this kid had his hands up and he got shot in the head by Boss Luke agents. I felt that bullet had my name on it. There's another for this PRUtion and what the government is doing that sheds some light on their intent. Not only do they want to keep me in prison, but they want to put my wife in prison. If you listened to the prosecution earlier, you heard them characterize our marriage and our love for each other as if it was some kind of criminal enterprise. You know I'm separated from my 3 young daughters by walls and my wife brings them in to visit me, but the government isn't going to be satisfied until 3 kids are orphans. That is the nature and extent of the punishment that they want to put out to anyone who even thinks of challenging this government aid policies, particularly where I am outspoken about it. It's hard to believe that though government prosecutors are going to build their careers on the backs of prisoners and children who are left without their parents. But that's what they are doing. I want to just briefly address the issue of the RICO charges. Racketeering against corrupt organizations. I can't tell you how insulted I am these prosecutors charge me with ing a racketeer. That law was passed in the 70s and it was specifically passed to be used against real gangsters and real racketeers. Racketeering influenced and corrupt organizations I do not believe has the word revolutionary in it, or in political ident. They're trying to bend the law. You cannot a revolutionary and be a racketeer. It's a contradiction. It's either one or the other. You cannot see freedom struggles in South Africa or Central America or the black nation within this country from the foundation of a criminal enterprise. It can't be done. History shows that. I'm neither profit-oriented nor drug-oriented. In 21 years of political activity I've never done anything for gain or profit. Nothing. Has never part of my motivation or intent. The 298 Ray Luke Levasseur government WN ta charge that the African government is an act of racketeering. A tumbling that was done in response to a massacre in South Africa and to support the struggle for freedom there. This is an act of racketeering. No, it's an esprit-ion of superiority for freedom. It's that simple. If we old have Nelson Mandela here today, or Winnie Mandela, would they think attacking an arms of the racist government of South Africa is an act of racketeering? Government sunned up for 45 minutes essentially saying nothing more than that I'm a criminal and a racketeer and part of a criminal enterprise. That's not true. And I want to refute it, and I want to put as much evidence in I can to refute it. I want to participate in certain parts of this trial to refute it. If you want to a corrupt and criminal enterprise, let's take a go XL look at the highest levels of the United States government and what of the military contractors am doing. Then we'll what real and criminality looks like. Prosecutors do not represent the American people. They represent the government. And since Vietnam, I have always made an important distinction the two. I whore asterisk that you will. Fayre here to present certain interests and I'm here to defend certain news. I began this by talking about children. Children I began talking about were my own grandparents. They were merely children when they had to go to work in mills and shoe factories. My grandfather was 13 years old. Nat and my own experience RVE outlined to you have left a deep imprint on me. And it not leave me with any criminal intent or a criminal mind. It leaves me with the heart a revolutionary, somebody who's committed to child justice. My wife and I have a marriage. We don't have a criminal enterprise. We have 3 daughters. My 01 daughter I be going to 13 day after we named each of our kids after their grandmothers, of whom is sitting here now, and one after their great-grandmother. Because we are proud of our working class RTNTS and we're proud of our families. I still remember the children of Vietnam, the buffering of those children who I got there. But I also remember are the beauty of their miles. And I never have lost bite of what human potential there I be in Popal. This is at the heart of what motivates me, my intent, my purpose, my goals, my values, think I be where it's at. It's my commitment. This I be what the government fears. That I didn't go back to that mill to make heels, that I took another course with my life. I have a commitment to a future that holds the human potential of and working class people as a great seed to be developed, a commitment to a future in which no child will ever suffer from racism, poverty, or war, a future where justice springs for our children and generations to eat. 299 Jenny Vander, the death penalty and the Supreme Court. A case study in American democracy. Somewhere between 10,000 and 16,000 human beings, the records on is anything but clear, have met their deaths. Rough during the history of the United numbers reflect only so-called legal lynchings, of black victims by white mobs with a total which runs well into the thousands are excluded. Excluded are those many thousands whose lives have arbitrarily terminated by police bullets, and the like. In this last connection, it should be noted that blacks far more often than whites are killed by police too. But though actually executed by the state, certain conclusions are capable, overwhelmingly they have disproportionately they have men of color. Racism has always been inextricably woven into the fabric of U.S. capital punishment. A 1988 publication by Amnesty International, United States of America, The Death Penalty, Unmerited History. Between 1900 and 1967, more than half of the executions in the U.S. Plan B other states. Numerous implementations of the death penalty for the crime of rape. Almost all book executions T.CNK play in the cloth, and were mainly of black men, usually convicted of raping white women. 1930 to 1967, two-thirds of people in the South for all crimes were, although blacks formed a minority proportion of the population. Of those priv executed in the states for rape during that time CHI, 89% were black. In 1977, the Supreme Court ruled that the death penalty was unconstitutional when for the of an adult woman. After 1967, executions in the U.S. temporarily ceased, and in 1972, the Supreme Court ruled that the death as it was then applied an unusual punishment and outlawed it. However, in 1976 the Supreme Court reversed it to a considerable extent, deciding in 300 Jenny Vander v. Georgia that the death when applied to convicted murderers was constitutional under guided discretion in sentencing, requiring the use of objective standards. 5. Despite the court's bow to the principle of objectivity, whatever that might mean in a given instance, the racial bias in imposition of the death continued to glaringly obvious. Statistics concerning the percentage of black on death row as compared to the percentage of the U.S. population which is black have held fairly steady over the past decade. True determinant of who dies at the state's decree, however, is not ultimately the color the alleged but the color of the victim. Between 1976 and 1986, of the 56 people executed, 52 were convicted of murdering a white victim. In no case was a white convicted murdering a black person executed. 6 In 1990, despite the fact the rate at which black people died from homicide was almost 6 times that at which white people suffered the same fate, only 5% of those executed were convicted of killing black, says activist attorney Ron Kuby of the Center for Constitutional Rights. We can prove through statistics that anyone accused of killing a white is 5 times more likely to get the death penalty than anyone accused of killing a black person from a more conservative Emmers, a 1990 General Accounting OFFIN study. Comes the conclusion, who murdered whites were found to be more likely to be than those who murdered blacks. 9. These statistics are destined to become even more appalling. In April of 1991, Attorney General Dick Thornburgh, acting on behalf of the Bush administration, made a special appearance before the Supreme Court. He asked that the court overturn 2 of its own recent precedents barring prosecutors from presenting victim impact evidence to juries considering imposition of a death sentence. Thornburgh argued that the jury should be allowed to consider the character of the victim to get the full picture of the harm that was done. The obvious question was raised by Supreme Court Justice David Uter. If the lives of different victims are to be given different value, Souter asked, isn't the real problem one almost of equality? The given 2 months in which to reconsider, Souter was able to overcome any scruples he might have had about furthering inequality. On June 27, 1991, the last day of the Supreme Court's 1990-91 term, he joined with the majority in 6 to THRE vote against Payne. In his rooting the death penalty and the Supreme Court 301 opinion, any failure to take of a victim's individuality and the EECTS of his death upon survivors would thus and right vietly an act of lenity than their consideration and invitation to arbitrary sentencing. LL. The only direct reference as to what qualifies a given victim for a higher level of individuality advocates. 8 that with caring relatives, especially chill have a greater value. Other than that, we can safe in assuming that the bias of the past concerning a murder victim's relative worth will be strengthened in the immediate future. Meanwhile, death row populations have skyrskated. In 1987, the national roster of condemned prisoners was 4 times what it had a decade earlier. As of April 1991, the total STCD at around predictably, attempts to use the courts to eliminate racist inequality and overall injustice in death cases have, during the Reagan-Bush years, produced an almost unmitigated disaster. In 1985, Warren McCleskey, a black man sentenced to die for killing a white Atlanta police officer, appealed to 11th Federal Circuit Court of his was bad on a study by Baldus. Baldus examined homicide cases in Georgia in 1973 and 1979. He found that the race of the victim was a determining factor in whether or not the death was. Although blacks accounted for some 60 of Georgia homicide victims, killers of black victims were punished by death less than 1/10 as often as were killers of white victims. When this appeal was denied, McCleskey turned to the Supreme Court. In April of 1987, that court held that the death penalty is not racially discriminatory. Writing for the majority, Justice Lewis Powell stated, at MCST, the Balda study indicates a discrepancy that appears to correlate with race. The 4 dissenting justices saw things in a different light. Warren McCleskey's evidence confront us with the subtle and influence of the past. HIB message is a disturbing one to a that has formally repudiated racism and a frustrating one to a nation to regarding a destiny as the product its own will. Nonetheless, we ignore him at our peril, for we remain imprisoned by the past as long as we deny its innuendo in the present. 15. A much more insightful statement was made by Shabaka Sundiata Waklimi, a black man falsely of rape and murder of a white woman in Florida in 1973. And sentenced to death, he spent 14 years in prison for his was overturned and the charges dismissed. When asked how he but finally free, Waklimi said, "Cf Afrian am not a free in this country and 302 Jenny Vander Wall never was. It be not my country. When they say that I am free, I say it be because I am no longer restrained by bars, but that's as far ng it because they are still killing a lot of my brothers and sisters and they are doing it for the wrong and I don't think I could be free until I control my own development." 16. It should be noted that support for the death penalty reflects in a media general ABK, cheated pre-conducted in 1987, 86% of Americans were reported to support the death penalty. 47% wanted it expanded to be used for crimes other than murder, of 54% favored execution for rape. Only 9% of whites said there should no death penalty but only heard of the blacks polled wanted executions abolished. 17. National support for the death penalty reflects the punitive mood prevalent in the U.S. Says Henry Head of ACLU's Capital Punishment Project, "We live in a culture that is in a very bad mood. People no longer want the death penalty as an answer to crime and violence, they want it yuckos they think the sob should die." 18. Warren McCleskey's attorneys continued the struggle to save their client from execution. They filed a Freedom of Information Act request, which evidenced that the state had violated McCleskey's Sixth Amendment right to counsel by placing an informer in the cell next to his. A month after receiving the FOIA material, McCleskey's lawyers filed a second petition on his which was granted by the Federal District Court. The 11th Circuit Court of overturned the decision, on the grounds that McCleskey had not included a Sixth Amendment argument, made in an earlier state court appeal, within his first federal habeas corpus petition. In true fashion, the 11th Circuit Court came to this decision despite the fact that McCleskey did not have documentary proof of violation of his Sixth Amendment rights was that said proof had been deliberately withheld from his lawyers by the state. On April 16, 1991, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 to uphold the decision of the 11th Circuit Court. Writing for the majority, Supreme Court Justice Anthony M. Kennedy observed that disregard for the finality of convictions disparages the entire criminal justice system, and redefined the judicial abuse of the writ doctrine in such a way that second or subsequent habeas corpus will not be heard, except in case of a fundamental miscarriage of justice, which he said would occur only in extraordinary instances. 19.1 The Penafriard he Supreme Count 303 might ask if withholding of evidence from a defendant's attorneys does not constitute a fundamental miscarriage of justice, what does? This, however, is the evolution justice in the Reaganish years. Any 3 dissenting justices, Marshall, Harry A. Blackmun and John Paul Stevens, were in a Denver Post editorial as aging sub*Quently resigned. In the early morning of September 25, 1991, Warren McCleskey was killed by the state Georgia. The most salient comment on the second McCleskey ruling was made by Florida R. Allen Herrick, executed on April 24, 1991, Hours after the Supreme Court his last appeal, the first prisoner to be executed following the court's April 16 decision. Said Herrick, in what was described as a orally audible voice, after he was strapped into the electric chair. American criminal justice system. This is truly a sad time in our country's history when political concerns take on more importance than the fundamental rights of the individual. 21 The Econd McCleskey ruling, while it does not apply only to death penalty cases, is to have a particularly serious impact on them. Of all death sentences are overturned, federal courts determine that there was constitutional error in the conviction or in imposition of the sentence. 22 It is not known at present how many of the decisions came as a result of *cond or subsequent habeas corpus petitions. It is known the dedicated work of many fine lawyers working as public defenders or doing pro bono defendee work. Defendants who are poor/indigent often go to court without competent counsel, and defendants who are not white are, in addition facing the social problems caused by racism, usually at the lower end of the economic scale. The situation is particularly serious in death penalty cases. Chief Judge James Oakes of the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, that inadequate representation is, without a doubt, the most significant problem in capital litigation today. 23 To Amnesty International, the majority of defendants facing execution cannot afford to retain their choice of attorneys and are therefore defended by court-appointed lawyers, producing a quality of defense which is often abysmal. On June 1990, the National Law Journal published an in-depth study of attorney competence and performance in capital cases in the states of Mississippi, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida. The article is appropriately titled Fatal Offense. Its key findings included through statistics. 304 Jenny Vander trial lawyers who represented death row inmates had been disbarred, suspended, or otherwise disciplined at a rate 3 to 46 times the average discipline rates for the 6 states. More than half the defense attorneys who were interviewed for the study said they were handling their first capital trial when their clients were convicted and sentenced to death. Capital trials often last only 1 to 2 days, and phages, which usually start immediately following a guilty verdict, may last only several hours, and in one case took only 15 minutes. Most significantly, U.S. Supreme Court decision that lays out the test for ineffective assistance of counsel is itself ineffective, according to capital lawyer *RTS and defendee lawyers. The test has made it all but impossible, slightly retarded, eccentric, or odd. He stands a much higher chance of executed than do though he convicted of even worse crimes than he. Juries find it hard to convict one of their own. Middle-class whites are rarely in our ranks. Like those stricken with a terminal illness, I feel a tremendous sense of injustice. Unlike others preparing to die, studies have conducted by the best minds in America that show I am right. 306 Jenny Vander it cannot, of Q_Ray, be proven that Willie Darren would alive and shown to be if he had white. But David Bruck, a South Carolina lawyer who made a detailed comparison uses of death penalty in the US and Africa, noted, during 1982-83, for example, government figures show that a black defendant was nearly 19 times more likely to hang if convicted of murdering a white than if his victim were not a single white was hanged for murdering a black. In making his comparison of justice in the US and South Africa, Bruck concludes that racially divided societies have a certain about them. In this scene, if no other, Willie Darden joins the list of thousands women and men in the US who have been racially murdered by the state. Despite the emphasis on comparing black with white statistics, we should remember that all people of color are subject to racist discrimination at trial and sentencing. The way in which government statistics are compiled and published makes it difficult to analyze if and how this varies for different groups. One significant exception, however, be the case of all native people who live on Indian reservations. If, as warns likely, the Bush anti-crime wave succeeds in dramatically expanding the use of the federal death penalty, these residents of federal lands will comprise the majority of those destined to be thereby executed. Senator Daniel Inouye, in calling for an exemption for reservation inhabitants, recently projected that, as it stands, 80% of the people to be affected by the federal death penalty expansion will be Indians on reservations. S2 As is true for all instances of inequality permeating the current society, the interplay of color and class in determining who the death penalty has been inadequately examined. This work is long overdue, lest of us seeking to correct injustice succeed only in reinforcing the misconceptions and great lies of the ruling elite and its servants, who are determined to keep us divided along lines of color, gender, and any other such factors useful for this per BE.3 of the most relevant questions, however, concern the delegation of authority to this government to determine who has committed murder and what price should be paid for such an act, and also the possible ways in which execution could be used to silence its most vexal critics. Such questions were well addressed in a statement by a group of revolutionary primers held at Leavenworth Federal during their participation in Fastathon 90, the 1990 observance of the annual fast by the National Coalition to Abolish the Death Penalty. Revolutionaries, we have direct knowledge how truly unjust, racist and corrupt the U.S. justice system be and often is. A government that about drugs the death penalty and the Supreme Court 307 it organize a huge plots like contract agate, that pre-as democracy while invading tiny nations like Panama, NAS, and politically official printers held by the U.S. It these words. We must put a stop to this genocidal agenda that has put more than 2,400 world and white working class people on death rows around the country. The death penalty has already been used to kill children, the mentally retarded, and the innocent. Now, unless we stop it, it will again eat as a L of political 308 Jenny Vander Wall revenge. I've struggle racism and in this why have had enough martyrs. Justice Ramoorgood Marshall. One of the three remaining liberal Supreme Court justices and the only black member *R, resigned at the close of the court's 1990 to 1991 term. His last opinion, given on the last day of that term, was a D_event to the majority on Payne v. Tennessee, discussed above, concerning the permissibility of victim impact evidence in death penalty sentencing. He closed his dissent as follows. Cast aside today are condemned to face CDB ultimate penalty. Tomorrow's victims may minorities, women, or the indigent. Inevitably, this campaign to resurrect spirited D_eventate will squander the authority and the legitimacy of court as a protector of the powerless. Justice Marshall began his opinion with the statement, power, not reason, is the new currency of the court's making. Marshall B. words are intentionally of the declaration of anti-slavery leader Frederick Doug Lamb, power concedes nothing without a demand. To refute our responsibility to make this demand could only leave us complicit in the type of American democracy in Douglas era by the institution of slavery now finds expression in the deaths of though human **ings executed by the state. Death wing days. I have a total met.ing over the radio or TV that pre-Churchill's Iliev prisoners should not view or hear. Disruption off.v.b, radio's visits total environmental control is the word in prison. Each morning at Ellis unit showers begin after each group has exercised, with one prisoner at a time going to shower. The shower stall be a converted cell made into a shower. Slimy green algae MWG on the walls which are cleaned off once in a while. I was surprised that a group of mushrooms didn't sprout. Showers are a head trip the guards and primness each day. The plumbing be controlled from a pipe chase, an area which runs the length of each row and tier. It holds the plumbing and electrical wiring and provides the guards with a spying tunnel, to peer through the vents in the back of the cells. Any guard manipulates hot and cold water in a fast surging action where the extremes between hot and cold could easily hurt you. Or might this just another FCRM of mindcont.ml meant for nothing more than to deprive you of a shower? All this adds to the tension, and being able to dodge the fluctuation of blasting and hot water is a trick for a magician. This is psychological warfare. I am going to list 24 areas in which Churchills employ wing days 3-3 their brand of modification, which were offered to social and PRIKM wardens in Washington, D.C., in 1962, by Dr. Edgar Schein List Apria _read in an article Breaking Men's Men and by Eddie Griffin, a Marion Federal Penitentiary physical removal of prisoners to areas consciently vigilated effectively break or seriously weaken emotional ties. 2. Aggregation of all natural leaders. 3. Use of separative as leaders. 4. Prohibition of group activities not in line with brainwashing objectives. 5. Asterisking on PRIRMERS and reporting back private material. 6. Tricking men into written statement which are then shown to others. 7. Exploitation of opportunists and informers. 8. Convincing prisoners that they can trust no one. 9. Treating those who are willing to in far more lenient ways than those who are not. 10. Punishing those who show uncooperative attitudes. 11. Systematic withholding of mail. 12. Preventing contact with anyone non-sympathetic to the method of treatment and regimen of the captive populaces. 13. Deorganization all group standards among Privmerg. 14. Building a group conviction among the prisoners that they have been abandoned by and totally inlated from their jail order. 15. Undermining of all emotional supports. 16. Preventing prisoners from writing home or to friends in the community regarding the conditions of their confinements. 17. Making available and permitting to only publications and BCNKS that are neutral to or supportive the desired new attitudes. 18. Placing individuals into new and ambiguous situations for which they are kept unclear and then putting pressure to conform to what is desired in order to win favor and a reprieve from the 19. Placing individuals whose willpower has been evilly weakened or eroded into a living situation with several others who are advanced in their thought reform whom it is to further undermine the individual's emotional supports. 20. Using of invalidation, i.e., humiliations, revilements, shouting, to induce feelings of guilt, fear, and suggestibility, coupled with sleeplessness, an exacting regimen and interrogational interviews. 31 CHESNEOWH at 21, meeting all incinero with Selmata pressures with renewed hostility. 22, hinting out to the prisoner by of where he has in the past. Is in the PRNT, not even living up to his own standards or values. 23, rewarding CF sub me and to the encompassing the brainwashing objective with a lifting of prior and acceptance as a human being. 24, Hoviding social and emotional supports reign C0 the new attitudes. These weapons and many more are employed against the prisoners each day. Often many prisoners never suspect they are the victims of this type of sophisticated brainwashing. As a result of this treatment, prisoners conform unwillingly, thereby providing the keepers an even more valuable tool against others. The atmosphere often drifts onto people who come and visit with primness. The visitors themselves thus become part of this plan to alienate the emotional ties between families and friends. Rough treat. Ment and searches, even strip searches, delaying 6-8 even going bo far as to tell visitors that the Prinidnt wishes 6-11 this contribute to mistrust and disruption of communication between families and friends. This policy is encouraged by OMSNLB. I remember a high Texas Department of Corrections OMCHL telling a reporter that Privmero mothers were nothing more than horeg, and that these inmates were used to sleeping on the NCXR and doing without baths and clean clothes. He didn't see any need for the system to provide any conditions. Violence be a contagious element that thrive upon fear and mission. Capital punishment be a macabre law. Its superior intent is to deter others from crimes of violence. It is true that executing individuals will definitely eliminate any further acts of violence from though yet the very tale for reinforcement violence. The old cliché applies so well. People kill people, we will kill people. To illustrate this point, in the Texas Department of Corrections inmates are led by term names, A. Support Air V inmate, B. Orderly, C. Clerk, D. Field Air Visitor, E. Turnkey, Building Tender, G. Hall H. Boy. The asterisk special jobs were created by Privmomchils br certain inmates as rewards in many forms for their violence against other primnas, special privileges, of weapons, abusing other primnas, controlling the movement of making their private property and exemption from irches. Nia inmate guards spy and steal sensitive materials such as personal letters and legal materials, and ox have to and other related rumors among to fix their violence, and they death wing days 3s weaker prisoners for their greedy pleasures. They are far more dangerous than the guards, for they can kill you and receive more rewards. The asterisk inmates and part of the scheme of brainwashing and with implementing these as a towards their specially job assignments. In the last few years of death inces have reveried in appeal after the defendants were found by diligent investigative work and much money. This is overlooked more than anything aided with capital punishment. In some of these cases, the actual guilty party confessed and gave a statement. This work was accomplished by means of legal foundations, families working with journalists and even law enforcement agencies. We are inundated by communications, such as and other printed media, TV.s and radio, yet statistics have shown that right after the execution of John in 1979, Florida's murder rate increased more than 14% over the first 6 months the year. Other truthful nurses media have been denied categorically access to death row prisoners. Interviews with some row have deliberately sabotaged with the media and administrations. Various morons have given statements saying that the whole death row population wishes to die. These people have to the stems asterisk if destructive patterns. We are influenced by what we see and hear, a part of the learning and advancing in life. I have a strong feeling that the subliminal attacks on us through the media in the near future will prove we have all K*N, to our collective astonishment, guinea pigs. It is not surprising to learn that the murder rate has increased when an execution takes place. Which nueg capital pu_nishment shouldn't surprise that this psychologically breeds violent behavior. So you end with killing kikoi people kill people, just a vicious it takes a great deal of courage, finances and faith to fight for one's life under a sentence of death. If you are innocent, a miracle at least must take place to free you from the bonds of the gigdom. 9 me who capital Ks are inengitive that they'll overrule K evidence in order to obtain a conviction and asterisk sentence of death merely because they have wagered a bet. When life becomes this cheap, it affects all of us in one fashion or another. It costa you more than dollars and most certainly gets us our right to live and exist as free human 316. Heather Rhodes the new death row official abuse of prisoners with AIDS on 1M4 prison guards suited up in full riot gear with thick rubber gloves, face shields, and protective clothing, and entered Donald Wood's cell at Waupun Correctional Institution, a state prison. 2 guards carrying a hard plastic shield back to the rear of his cell. 2 others followed with towels to prevent the prisoner from biting or spitting at them. The guards then handcuffed Woods, stuffed a towel in his mouth, placed him in a laundry cart, and wheeled him to the Prim.Ng Adjustment Center. There the guards took Woods into a bingle cell and began strapping him to the bed. While they fastened and readjusted the restraint one to hold the towel on Woods' mouth, keeping him from thrashing his head about, and another knelt on the victim's chest, forcing his ND down to prevent him from arching his back. Most of the officers involved in this process write that at mime point prior to the final securing off chest restraint Mr. Wood ceased resisting completely and was lying totally still. Read the 23-page investigative report from the district attorney's office. When the officers left the cell, Mr. Woods remained completely still and it was observed that his head was tilted slightly to one side and that his mouth and eyes were partially open. 9.5 hours later a nurse attempted to give him CPR, but Woods' and jaw area were so stiff and rigid she was unable to do according to the report. The autopsy concluded that Donald Wins died of asphyxiation. Yet prosecutor Royce Finn determined that the officers who caused Woods' death committed no crime. The placing of a towel around the mouth of Mr. Woods, was not an unreasonable precaution against biting or spitting which the staff reasonably feared would risk their exposure to HIV virus, Finn wrote. Public defender Mary Waitrovic, who is trying to reopen W08CA*, counters that the use of the towel was obviously dangerous, prompted by an unreasonable, irrational, and unwarranted fear of HIV exposure. She asserted that it is virtually impossible for AIDS virus, the new death row prisoners with AIDS 3J7, to be transmitted by spitting or even biting unless the victim's skin is broken and the biter has an open cut in his mouth. It would be completely impossible for WTND's saliva or BLTND to penetrate the guards' riot gear, made to withstand chemical agents such as mace, she argues. Dan Savage of the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power 1 Asian, substandard medical care, denial of privileges accorded other PRI-kiners, and longer asterisk sentences. Fear of discovery keeps many from taking the AIDS antical, DY test. Some are afraid of the AIDS stigma, they deny they are sick, even at the cost of not receiving ignorance and repression. On June 11, 1989, 1 month he was due to released from the Camden County Jail in New Jersey, HIV-positive Gregory Smith allegedly bit a guard after doctors refused to x-ray his back. Camden County Judge John Mariano sentenced Smith to 25 years in for attempted murder and aggravated assault. The judge conceded that biting is extremely unlikely to transmit HIV, and indeed the guard in question had not contracted the virus. But what mattered, he said, was that Smith believed he could kill the guard with a bite. Impossibility is no defense to a charge of attempted murder, Camden County prosecutor Harold Castleman told the court. Mariano said he gave Smith the maximum sentences on both counts cause he wanted to send that criminal conduct of this nature will 318 he'd her met with swift and evil punishment. Judy Greenspan, of the ACLU's National Project, points out that CAB by 9I_NG the intentional transmission of HIV as a felony are springing up all over the country, sending absolutely the wrong message about infection through casual contact. Over a dozen transmission cases similar to Smith's have led to a dangerous criminalization of the disease, she bays. In Alma at every cat, HIV sit.iv defendantee have been convicted of attempted murder and entered to long prim terms. In November 1989, Curtis Weeks, a 28-year-old HIV-infected but asymptomatic Texas prisoner, was serving a 2-year prison term when he a life sentence for spitting on a guard. Although the Centers for Disease Control have removed from the list of fluids which require universal precautions, the JU_re apparently believed the experts' testimony that transmission was. Texas prisoner Joan was indicted in 1990 for biting a prison guard. In November 1990, a state APR*ALS court upheld Gregory and Rogan's attempted murder for biting an officer during an arrest. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. They held that as long as scientists believe HIV transmission through biting is theoretically feasible, the jury was well within the to consider the human bite of an infected with the AIDS virus to be deadly. In Indiana, Donald was convicted murder intentionally spraying paramedics with and biting a police officer as they intervened in his suicide attempt. A state APSALS court upheld the conviction. Haynes was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Charges of endangerment are still pending against a Tennessee woman who to inform a rescue worker THNT her fiancé wab HIV might have he resuscitation. Woman, Connie Iawebe, maintains that she panicked when her fiancé calmed from a heart attack and told the Churchills he was as SGHE remme red. Arrested right on her fiance's funeral services, she wab JW for 5 days. She was released on a $2,500 if found guilty. She faces 5 years in prim. In February the CDC published the study to date WN. Cerning casual transmission through biting and the exchange saliva. CDC researchers tested 89 household members of HIV-positive, many of whom had bitten non-infected siblings. They found no transmission of the virus. National Institute of Justice reports that no guards or police officers have HIV through on-the-job exposure. Nonetheless, with HIV and AIDS untenue the new death row prisoners with AIDS 319 to of attempted murder or assault with a dangerous weapon for acts that would be beated as routine misdemeanors or disciplina_re infractions if defendants were not infected. The effect of these charges has been to cause unfounded and widespread fear in the general population, says Greenspan, and fan the names SKAs in U.S. prisons and a large sample of jails from 1985 to 1989. AIDS is currently the leading cause of death in New York State prims, where an estimated 9,000 of the state 854,000 health omchals in AIDS deaths in the A.unfry. Humora at creates a facilities of causing needle and suffering and premature deaths. 1% EY call AIDS the MW. AI study by of New York found primers with AIDS to be dying at twice the rate of non-primers with AIDS. Many primers with AIDS spend their last days in prison and alone, far from their families and loved ones, eyes Kathy Potler, director of the Association's AIDS Prison Project. The penal systems of New York, New Jersey, California, and Florida states where poverty and for drug UAE have also epidemic promotions have been hit hardest by the A_IDS crisis so far. New Jersey Department of Corrections estimates that 30 to 50% of its prisoners are HIV infected. In Broward County, Florida, more than 50% of prisoners who volunteered to take the test were diagnosed as seropositive. By CHT ensing mass imprisonment as the omchal to drug UAE, federal and state governments HAVC are editadafotopoli. Incarcerating more and more HIV individuals. Under the pre-end policy, the percentage of drug offenders in the federal prim system will rise by 1995 from 40% to 70%, the National Commission on AIDS warns in its 1991 report. With the amount of needle sharing that goes on, we are sitting on top of a keg, bays Doug Nelson, director of the Milwaukee AIDS. We may well have an explosion of HIV infection. That will obviously have an on correctional stems. Prison and jail overcrowding further exacerbates the crisis. In the past decade, the United States has dramatically increased its prisoner population. Federal prim system alone holds double the number of prisoner it did in 1980. Chronic overcrowding _NG ina to infectious particularly for who are immunodeficient. 320 Heather Prahl *R nutrition IB often unavailable and treatments and alternative therapies are virtually unobtainable in the nation prisons and jails. Having AIDS in pre-N is an endless vigil to ensure that you the medications and treatment you need, one inmate wrote in a letter to the National Commission on AIDS. It is dealing with medical personnel who get a thrill out of putting your life and your well-being in jeopardy by revealing in sadistic and sinister ways that you are one of the accused. It is being subject to and burnouts by other prisoners. It is living with a debilitating fear that someone will find out that you're dying CF AIDS and kick you. It's a horrible way to die. Last spring, the Legal Aid Society Prisoners' Rights Project filed a lawsuit against New York State corrections officials, charging them with failing to deliver even nominal health care to prisoners with AIDS and violating the Eighth Amendment ban on cruel and unusual punishment. Among the 10 plaintiffs be a prisoner who cannot walk or feed himself and who has no control over his bowels or bladder. For weeks, he was left to dehydrate and lie in his own urine and feces, nor is his incontinence as manipulative and childish. Situation today for many prisoners with HIV disease is nothing if not cruel and unusual, the National Commission on AIDS declares. Too many correctional facilities subject inmate to a series of arbitrary indignities which fundamentally affect their basic human rights. When fellow prisoners at the Minnesota State Prison at St. Cloud found out last that Todd Below was HIV infected, they ordered him not to use their bathrooms, sprayed him with a water hose when he UAE'd the facilities anyway, told him not to go to lunch since he would not be allowed to bit anywhere, intimidated him from coming out There is the atmosphere here that you can get AIDS from mosquito bites, Below says. Each time I get in line for dinner, it just kills me. YOUVE got people stuff, people who won't come near me. You can accept some of that ignorance, but what gets me is that the guards when criminal Below's experience is not uncommon. There are all root of ways confidentiality be violated, says Potler of New York's AIDS H-im the new death row prisoners AIDS 321. For example, facilities exclude inmates from FC Airvis work if you apply for a job in the mess hall and you don't get it, say, you must have AIDS. At the Limestone Correctional Facility in A1BBRMR, seropositive prisoners' clothes and laundry bags are stamped with the letters HIV. Until the recent settlement of a prisoner's lawsuit, the Multnomah County Jail System in Portland, Oregon, required prisoners with AIDS to wear to say with AIDS are treated insensitively, putting it mildly, says Cruz Salgado, a prisoner in New York's Attica. Nate, once an inmate is as HIV-positive, he is marked medical, and civilian staff have no respect for rumor mill nature of is a major drawback to voluntary testing, Savage of Act Up in Wisconsin. It is widely known in the state that it is not safe to be HIV positive. You're not safe from the guards, you're not safe from other prisoners. The only way to get by is to not let anyone know you're HIV-positive, and the way to do that is not volunteering to take the test. According to the ACLU's Judy Greenspan, 1/3 of AIDS cases in New York are not until the time. In many states, prisoners suspected of prior high-risk activities are victims of mandatory testing policies. In 17 states and the Fay and Rowell prisons, all prisoners are forced to undergo HIV tests. Systems follow-up testing with aggregation of the determined to be HIV positive, depriving them of work, recreation, vocational training, moralization, rehabilitation, parole, and furloughs. The National Commission on AIDS determined segregation to wholly without public health merit. Segregation effectively targets HIV-positive prisoners for assaults, discrimination, and the 1991. While segregation and breaches of confidentiality may discourage many prisoners from taking the AIDS test, visitation restriction is the biggest disincentive to getting tested, says Jerry Pomerantz of New York's Prisoners Legal Services. Testing positive for HIV in California, New York, and Me-88I-88-IP means losing the privilege of taking part in family reunion programs, known as trailer visits, which allow prisoners to spend 48 hours with family members in separate unita on prison grounds. It doesn't matter if is a parent, a child, a sibling, or a prisoners who are diagnosed as HIV-B, AIDS are denied categorically from participation, Bays Potler. This is a horrible public health measure, it makes people not to get tested. Miller has spent a year in jail, fearing that Churchill will discover she is HIV-positive. They do have an idea, 322 Heather Roads, but they can't prove it, she says. Done things like pull me out and say they think I'm anemic and want a blend test. They put me on it twice a week, and RVE lay at 14 pounds. Miller, still awaiting sentencing on a drug charge, knows that revealing her HIV status could buy her a delayed parole and a longer term, since judges often rule that HIV-positive prostitutes PCM a public health danger and should be kept off the streets as long as vibesable. A girlfriend of mine in Milwaukee has been trying to deal with the system up there, says Miller. She was into the line of life I was, prostitution and drugs. It came out that had AIDS, and it turned on her in court. They wanted to keep her out of the manipulation. With her lifestyle they were afraid she was going to L her again and 1,000 more people. They gave her a maximum sentence, 6 years, which a death sentence for her. Miller also knows her HIV statue could mean a one-way ticket into literal confinement, where she fears she would live in complete isolation until she dies. Another per asterisk and with AIDS I knew who was here about a year and a half put in isolation, totally separated from the population, and kept from talking to anybody, she gays. The guards literally handled him with masks and gloves. He had up here. All his pride that he was struggling to maintain he had in a 2-month he was totally alone. Miller's is emblematic, not only because she had hidden her HIV infection, but because she be a woman. Rates among female prisoners are 8 kyre. The National Institute of Justice reports. A recent epidemiological study found higher error prevalence rates for women than men in 9 out of 10 correctional systems. In New York City, 25.6% of female prisoners seropositive in a blind survey, compared to 16.1% of male prisoners. About 35 of the more than 400 women who chose to take the test at MCI Farmingham Inn were found to HIV positive, compared to 13% among male prisoners. According to *Real Justice for Women, a non-profit prisoners ad population, sick women must walk from their housing units to infirmary med lines, *me skip medications rather than endure the hardship, in and stormy weather. Symptomatic women are eligible for clinic visits at a nearby hospital, yet once there they may wait for a physician for as long as 80 hours while handcuffed and confined in closet-sized, poorly ventilated cubicles. Fighting back. Between 1985 and 1987, the AIDS situation at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility in New York was characterized by secrecy and denial, shame and ostracism, and PMR medical care, aiding to Bedford Hills prisoners Judy Clark and Kathy Bondin. The prisons to cope with the AIDS crisis prompted their TN start their own self-help projects, Education Work BH0EB, and Counseling Services. And now, the prisoner-run ACE program at Bedford Hills has to improve conditions and create an atmosphere of trust and caring among HIV-sensitive prisoners. It has become a for peer programs across the country. Still, prisoners face bureaucratic obstacles and opposition from PRIU and OMCH18 in their efforts to motivate and empower one another. Prisoners who have involved in organizing efforts have found themselves locked down or placed in diesel-shackled PRIMers. From institution to institution is a way in which OMCH18 quiet troublemakers. James Magner, publisher of a newsletter called PWA Rag Arimners with AIDS Rights Advocacy Group, has been recruited more than 20 times in the past years. It is really important for THRTOPS which help peer programs to function, providing resources and training for peer educators. The Southwest Minnesota AIDS Project runs one such group with prisoners at the Federal IENAL Medical Center in Regregder, Eating Up Buddies to provide emotional GUP-RT to prisoners with AIDS. Visit them, take them out on day passes, and get them information and literature about AIDS, says coordinator Ben Bragger. When get seriously ill, they visit them at the hospital. AIDS education in the prisons is WCFU11Y inadequate. Many facilities fail to provide even basic HIV/AIDS information to prisoners. Only 33% of the responding city/county jail stems in the Justice Institute's 1990 survey reported that half more of their prisoners received an hour of live education on AIDS in the past year. Many simply show the video AIDS, a bad WO to die, which contains outdated transmib8 ion information and no positive messages for HIV.P08 prisoners. It'd be far more productive to educate this captive audience while incarcerated than to attempt to undertake BUEH efforts on the streets, the New York MDS Commission notes. Without education, continue to engage in high-risk behavior. In a Michigan survey, 60 to 70 said they engaged in sexual relations during INC in South Carolina. More than 40% reported personal knowledge of needle sharing in the institution in the past year. Because syringes in prisons and jails are scarce, for drugs share them to a greater degree than on the outside. According to Judy Greenspan, a needle in prison may travel among 50 to 80 SXRPLE. For IV drug UAEers, it's more dangerous in jail than on the street, one told the AIDS Prison Project in New York. On the street you can buy new needles or bleach to clean the works, but not in the prisons. You may not be able to stop the use of drugs for prisoners, but at least you can stop L*OPAL from using the same needles. Most penal stems prohibit prisoners from having condoms and bleach to clean needles since activity and drug use are prohibited. Who are educated and HIV transmission make do with the resources at hand. Matches are generally available and who work on cleaning assignments usually have to bleach or alcohol lotions. In prisons have T** and cutting the fingers off gloves and distributing the makeshift condoms to others. Some PRINJN officials do the value of ensuring that prisoners, especially those about to release, know how to sterilize needles and feel comfortable wearing or require HNG partners to wear condoms. The new death row prisoners with AIDS 325. Nicholas Fmudenberg of the Montefiore Rikers Island Prison Health Service that PRIMS provide one-to-one education for all prisoners through pre-release counseling ebians and prevention kits. Potler stress that prisoners with HIV infection need to have health care plans up prior to release. They need to know where they're going and to be able to connect their families with all services and entitlements, she says. They should get the same discharge planning as people who are released from hospitals. Currently, many prisoners are released only to face a serious shortage of they encounter long waiting lists for substance abuse treatment programs, housing, healthcare, and employment. Correctional officials must resist the temptation to dump prisoners with AIDS into the community without arrangements for their care and support, says the National Institute for Justice in its 1991 report. Potler maintains that correctional departments could give a lot of money by granting early release to prisoners with advanced cases of AIDS. The Correctional Association of New York reports that treating a person with HIV infection costs prim and facilities about per year more than housing, and people should not have to die in prin, nel. Who are very sick with AIDS should to underscore our families to better medical care and emotional to manage the devastation of the diarrhea and the death process. But in the current tough on crime political climate, many makers have blad legislative proposals for medical clemency or parole and have even attacked a prison furlough and work release programs. In New Jersey and many other states, the only mechanism for early clemency is such a prolonged that prisoners who eligibility requirements frequently die their applications reach the governor's desk. Compassionate release is perhaps the most pressing issue for prisoners with AIDS, Greenspan says. It is time to change the unwritten policy that prisoners have to either be dead or on their deathbed before they are considered for medical clemency. As the crisis worrying, activists across the nation are taking up the cause of aid with AIDS. ACT UP chapters in New York, New Jersey, Wisconsin, California, and elsewhere have recently begun focusing on prisons as the central AIDS issue of today. Through creative actions, ACT UP has externed the circumstances surrounding INAID death and the treatment of other prisoners with AIDS. In April 1991, ACT UP held a silent picket of the Department of Corrections with towels tied around their mouths. In July, the activists carried a comm to the IHC and staged a die-in to call attention to the questionable circumstances attending the sudden death of Ricardo Thomas, another weapon with 326 AIDS. Savage and others have held long meetings with Omchilby, reviewing the status of each made by the governor's task force. Reopening case is a crucial goal. Same Goer and who murdered Donald Woods are still working at Waupun, guarding other HIV-infected inmates right now, Savage says. Donald Hook is not sentenced to death, but they killed him. And nothing is done about that. 327 In memoriam Your Honor, I've been of murder and have taken the time to digest just what that means after noting what it means to my family and how it affects people who read the and all I see now that I've a terrible mistake. And didn't approach this trial in a deliberate or thoughtful manner, didn't take advantage of the best legal advice and based my actions on irrelevant matters which I can see now in a much more mind had nothing to do with this cat I must have been legally insane thinking about. The 25 murders of children in Atlanta since Wayne Williams capture, the recent murder of a man in Bowdoin by police, the recent murders of 2 in Chicago by police, the of a 5-year-old little boy in suburban California, the lynchings in Alabama, the mob murder a transit worker in Brooklyn, the murders of 14 women in Boston. On feeling that this is evidence of something and that there must be a lesson in all this, I thought murder was legal. Kawasi Balagoon Kawasi was a DNLDANT in the Panther. 21 of 159 to 70, and of the Black Liberation Army. Captured and of various crimes against the state, he spent much of the 1970s in prison, raping Chui. After release, he went underground once again, and black activity. He was in December 1981, charged with participating in an armored truck expropriation in West Nyack, New York, on Oct and Er-21 of that year, an action in which 2 police officers were killed. Convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment, he died of Alzheimer's-related illness on 1986. 328 David Gilbert. The struggle for AIDS education in prisons, although more hidden from public view, are yet another arena where the AIDS epidemic is being allowed to spread. The authorities don't give a fig about human life when it comes to gays, third world people, and the poor. In 1987, 150 New York State prisoners died of MDS, 2 out of every 3 deaths in a system that holds 40.01k people. The death toll will continue to rise for years to come. 88 of New York prisoners with AIDS are Latino or Black. AIDS itself is bad enough, and it is heartbreaking to have to face death in prison. But for the prisoner with AIDS it is triple jeopardy because he or she might be completely isolated even from other prisoners. The prisoner with AIDS is also likely to have a much shorter survival time. A recent New York of Corrections shows that, for example, 4 drug users with AIDS live for an average of 318 days after diagnosis in New York City but only 159 days in the state prisons. No one has put out a definitive analysis of this stark discrepancy. It is probably a combination of late diagnosis, poor medical treatment, and the depressing emotional atmosphere in prisons. It is shocking that this grim statistic of 1/2 the survival time has not produced a public uproar. The deafening silence expresses how little value is placed on prisoners' lives by officials, the media, and sectors of the public. Continued transmission of AIDS within prims and to the communities to which most prisoners eventually return is both a dire and unattended problem. The most realistic estimate of the seropositive rate among New York State prisoners is 25%. Tests of federal prisoners indicate that close to 3% are *Ra-positive, and even this figure poses significant epidemiological dangers. While EKs and drugs are usually proscribed in prison, they are far from uncommon. Yet hard to come by needles are likely to widely shared, with little access to PRCF sterilization. Condoms are a rarity. The struggle AIDS education 329. There is no question but that there is a grave problem of the continued spread of the in prison. Yet the authorities stick by their usual position of no apparent or assumed spread. They claim that sharing needles and prison X are now rare. We prisoners know better. Quiet as it's kept, there is a way to prevent AIDS: education. The most effective approach is peer education. The peer aspect is doubly important in PRIK, and where inmates tend to distrust the authorities and are unlikely to pro-ericate activities with staff. Some take the cynical view that won't change. My experience is that working with PHPLE on the basis of respect and trust, in a consistent and day-to-day fashion, can bring significant changes away from high-risk practices. I've even more profound, and moving, changes in attitudes toward PWAs. Once fears about casual contact are put to rest, compassion can blossom. In June of 1987, 3 CFUs at Auburn Correctional Facility launched a PRI Mayor's Education Project on AIDS WEPA. We were spurred into action by the AIDS death of our beloved fellow prisoner, and distinguished Black Liberation Army warrior, Kawasi Balagoon. We developed our program by applying the example of the peer education in the San Francisco gay community to the very different prim context. Of the Department services rejected our application to form an inmate organization. They rule by maintaining passivity and divisions among prisoners. The type of initiative and unity intrinsic to a peer counseling program is an anathema to the authorities. We were prepared for their and had developed a good deal outside support for our program, enough support to force through the compromise of a partial project. What we weren't prepared for was the roll-off to white, male AIDS professionals who became the key to our outside framing and censorship. They just didn't see prisoners, primarily third world and poor, as much of a priority, even though we had the highest concentration of ERA-positive people in their region. Their inordinate delis on promenade work gave the prison authorities the space a war effort friction against our PR*T. They basically conformed with the administration's position that the program should first be worked out by the professionals and administration, with the prisoners then simply the recipients of the final product, some way to develop a PR*T. Amidst the months of delays and constant hassles, I was suddenly shipped out to the most isolated Max A prison in the state. While several prisoners at Auburn, along with some dedicated outside AIDS volunteers, continue to make a valiant effort, The War of Attrition 330. David Haig left a mere shell of the original project. There is a bitter irony here, bitter with the taste of numerous deaths over time, which could have PR event of probably the greatest initial obstacle to prisoner involvement was homophobia. Even though MCBT prisoners with AIDS were expelled via needles, AIDS was defined as a gay disease and homophobia BL through insistent and ongoing peer education can make a big difference in the attitudes and practices of prisoner. 2. The PRIK and authority will not accede to such programs without strong public pressure to do so. 3. There must a powerful movement about AIDS to push the professionals to true to their professed ideals and put the fight against AIDS above careerism. To be effective against AIDS, the movement must consciously oppose race, class, gender, and sexual orientation beings. 331 Nancy Kurshan Women and Imprisonment in the U.S. History and Current Reality call us bandits, yet every time most black pick up we are being robbed. Every time we walk into a store we are being held up. And even time we pay our rent, the landlord sticks a gun into our ribs. Aida Shakur, 1972. In this judicial stem, there I be for justice, as they claim. That is what they come in disguise of, to strip thee of everything. When I strip, I mean rob, murder, exploit, intimidate, harass, precate, everything to the mind and body. They eke to take and make a complete vegetable of them. Churchill Sink 1974. Hns serve the same purpose for women as they do for men, they are instruments of serial control. However, the of women, as well as all the other aspects of our lives, takes place against a backdrop of patriarchal relationships. We refer here to Gerda Lerner's definition of patriarchy, the manifestation and institutionalization of male dominance over women and children in the family and the extension of male dominance over women in society in general. It implies that men hold in all the important institutions of authority and that women are deprived of access to such power. Therefore, the imprisonment of women in the U.S. has always been a different phenomenon than that for men. The persecution of women in prison has always followed that of men. Women have traditionally to prison for different and once in they endure different conditions incarceration. Women's crimes have often had a sexual definition and been rooted in the patriarchal double standard. Furthermore, the nature of women's reflects the position of women in it. An effort to examine the issues further, this explores how PRIs have historically served to enforce and reinforce women's traditional roles, to foster and passivity, bearing in mind 332 Nancy Kurshan that it is not just women who are rather, the stigma and conditions of incarceration serve as a warning to women to stay within the proper female sphere. Needless to say, this warning is not issued equally to women of all nationalities and classes. For this reason, our analysis will also take into account the centrality of race in determining female prison populations, both in the North and the South and pre- and post-Civil War. That white supremacy alters the way that gender impacts on white women and women of color. The final avenue of exploration of this chapter will thus concern the relationship between race and women's imprisonment. We will attempt to show that the history of the imprisonment of women is consistent with Audre Lorde's comment that in a patriarchal power system where white skin privilege is a major prop, the entrapments to neutralize black women and white women are not the same too. As long as there has been crime and punishment, patriarchal and gender-based realities and assumption have been central determinants of the response of society to women offenders. In the late Middle Ages, reports reveal differential treatment of men and women. A woman might commonly be able to receive lenient punishment if she were to plead her belly, that is, a pregnant woman could plead leniency on the basis of her pregnancy. 3 On the other hand, women were burned at the stake of adultery or murdering a spouse, while men would most often not be punished for actions. Such differential treatment reflected ideological assumptions as well as women's subordinate ions within the family, church, and other aspects of society. Although systematic imprisonment arose with industrialization, 4 centuries prior to that time unwanted daughters and wives were forced into convents, nunneries, and monasteries. In those cloisters were found political prisoners, illegitimate daughters, the disinherited, the physically deformed and the mentally defective. A more general campaign of violence against women was unleashed in the witch hunts of 16th and century as society tried to exert control over women by labeling them as witches. This resulted in the death by execution of at least tens of thousands, and possibly millions of people. Conservative estimates indicate that over 80% of all the people killed were women. 5 Here in the U.S., the witchcraft trial were a dramatic chapter in the CIA control of women long before systematic imprisonment. Although the colonies were settled relatively late in the history of European witch hunts, they proved fertile ground for this misogynist campaign. The context was a new colonial society, changing and wrought with conflicts. There were arguments within the ruling alliance, a costly war with the indigenous people led by King Philip, and land disputes. 6 In the face of seal women art imprisonment in the U.S. 333 uncertainty, unrest, and uncivilized Indians, the Puritans were determined to recreate the Christian family way of life in the wilderness and re-establish the patterns of the homeland. 70 of their project was an open question at the time, and the molding of the role of women was an essential element in the defense of that project. Hundreds were accused of witchcraft during the New England witchcraft trials of the late 1608, and at least 36 were executed. The primary determinant of who was designated a witch was gender. Overwhelmingly, it was women who were the objects of witch fear. More women were charged with witchcraft, and women were more likely than men to be executed. In fact, men who confessed were likely to be scoffed at as liars. But age, too, was an important factor. Women over 40 were most likely to be accused of witchcraft and fared much worse than younger women when they were charged. Women over 60 were especially at high risk. Women who were alone, not attached to men, or wives were disproportionately among the witches. As Puritan piety was very hierarchical, and the family was an essential aspect of that hierarchy. According to Carlson, the Puritan definition of woman as procreator and helpmate of man could not be ensured except through force. 9 Most of the witches had expressed dissatisfaction with their lot, if only indirectly. Were not sumsciently submissive in that they filed and court suits, and sometimes nugged divorces. Others were midwives and had influence over the well-off others, often to the chagrin of their male competitors, medical doctors. Still others exhibited a female pride and assertiveness, refusing to defer to their male neighbors. Carlson goes on to offer one of the most powerful explanations of the New England witchcraft trials. She argues that at the heart of the hysteria was an underlying anxiety in inheritance. Inheritance system was designed to keep property in the hands of men. When there were not legitimate male heirs, women inheritors became aberrations who threatened the orderly transmission of property from one male generation to the next. Many of the witches were potential inheritors. Of them were already widowed and without sons. Others were married but older, beyond their years, and therefore no longer likely to male heirs. They were dispensable since they no longer performing the essential functions of a woman, as reproducer and, in case, helpmeet. Many of the witches were charged just shortly after the death of the male family member, and their witchcraft convictions meant that their lands could easily be asteriskized. In this light, witchcraft was an attempt to maintain the patriarchal scryal structure and prevent women from economically. These early examples of criminal charges in 334 Nancy Coer's ban the social control of women may be seen as precursors to the punitive institutions of the 1800s. Up until this time, there were few carceral institutions in K.C.D. However, with the rise of capitalism and urbanization come the burgeoning of Prim.Ns in the U.S.2. It is to initial days of automatic imprisonment that we now turn. The emergence of prisons for women. The relatively few women who were imprisoned at the of the 19th century were confined in separate quartera or wings of men's prisons. Like the men, women suffered from filthy conditions, overcrowding, and harsh treatment. In 1838 in the New York City jail, for intense, there were 42 one-person cells for eventi women. In the 1920s at Auburn Penitentiary in New York, there were no separate cells for the 25 or so women serving sentences up to 14 years. They were all lodged together in a one-room attic, the windows sealed to prevent communication with men. 12 but women had to endure even more. Primary among these additional negative aspects was sexual abuse, which was reportedly a occurrence. In 1826 Rachel Welch became pregnant while serving in solitary confinement as a punishment, and shortly after childbirth she died as a result of flogging by a prison official. Such sexual abuse was apparently so acceptable that the Indiana State Prison actually ran a prostitution service for male guards, using female prisoners. 13 In addition, women received the short end of even the PRIXM stick. Rather than spend the money to hire a matron, women were often left completely on their own, vulnerable to attack by guards. Women had less access to the physician and chaplain and did not go to workshops, mew halls, or exercise yards as men did. FR&D and needlework were brought to their quarters, and they remained in that area for the full term of their sentence. Criminal conviction and imprisonment of women soared during and after the Civil War. In the North, this is commonly attributed to a multitude of factors, including men's absence during wartime, the rise of industrialization, as well as the impact of the dominant sexual ideology, and was constructed. By 1940 23 states had separate women's prisons. 18 The literature refers to these separate prims for women as independent women's prisons. 19 This is ironic usage of the word, since they were independent only in their physical construction. In every other way they FT'd all forms of the incarcerated women and were an integral part of the PRIN, although prisons were not initiated as separate institutions until almost a century after men's prisons. It is not so much this time lag which differentiates the development for women from for men. The difference comes from the establishment of a bifurcated system, the of which can found in the patriarchal and white supremacist aspects of life in the U.S. at the time. Understanding this is a step towards understanding the incarceration of women in the U.S. On the one hand, there were custodial institutions which Corby enlarged to man's prim, ns. Ne of custodial prisms, as the name implies, was to warehouse prisoners. There was no pretence of rehabilitation. On the other hand, there were reformatories which, 336 non-secution as the name implies, were intended to more benevolent institutions that or improved the character of the women held there. The reformatories had no male counterparts. Almost every state had a custodial women's prison, but in the Northeast and Midwest the majority of incarcerated women were in reformatories. In the South, the few reformatories that existed were exclusively white. However, the differences are not, in a sense, geographical, they are racial. Women in the custodial institutions were black whether in the North or the South, and had to undergo the most degrading conditions, while it was mainly white women who were to the reformatories, institutions which had the 0810 Bible Phi 10K, PHY of benevolence and sisterly and therapeutic ideals. 20 The evolution of separate custodial prisons for women in the South. After 1870, prison camps emerged as penal servitude and were essentially substituted for slavery. The overwhelming of women in the prison camps were black. The few white women who were there had been imprisoned for much more serious offenses, yet experienced better conditions of confinement. For instance, at Bowden Farm in Texas, the majority of women were black, were therefore and worked in the field. The few white women who were there had been convicted of homicide and served as domestics. As the techniques of slavery were applied to the penal system, some states forced women to work on the state-owned penal plantations but leased women to all farms, mines, and railroads. Treatment on the infamous chain gangs was brutal and degrading. For example, women were whipped in the presence of men. They were also forced to defecate right where they worked, in front of men. 21 and 1880 census indicated that in Alabama, in Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Texas, 30 even of the 220 black women were leased out, whereas only one of the 40 white was. Testimony in a 1870 Georgia investigation revealed that in one instance there were no white women there. One started there, and I heard Mr. Alexander say he turned her. He was talking to the guard. I was working in the cut. He said his wife was a woman, and he could not stand it to a white women in such places. 22 Eventually, as central penitentiaries were built or rebuilt, many women were shipped there from prim and farms. They were considered dead hands as compared with the men. At first the most common form of custodial confinement was attachment to male, eventually independent women's prim. Out of these and imprisonment in the U.S. 337 male institutions. These separate women's prisons were established largely for administrative convenience, not reform. Female matrons worked there, but they took their orders from men. Like the prison camps, custodial women's prisons were overwhelmingly black, regardless of their regionality. Although they have always been imprisoned in numbers than Afro-American or Euro-American men, black women often constituted larger percentages within female prisons than black men did within men's prison. For instance, 1,797 and 1,801, 40.4% of the women sent to New York State prisons were Afro-Americans as compared to 20 of the men. In the Tennessee State Prison in 1868, 100% of the women were black, whereas 60% of the men were of African descent. 23 The women incarcerated in the prisons tended to be 21 years or older. 40% were unmarried, and many of them had worked in the women in custodial prisons were frequently convicted of felony charges, most commonly for crimes against property, often petty theft. Only about a third of female felons were serving time for violent crimes. Both the rates for property crimes and violent crimes were much higher than for the women at the reformatories. On the other hand, there were relatively fewer women in Brixton Prison for Women 338 Nancy Cushion serrated for public order offences, which were the most common in the reformatories. This was especially true in the South, where the called morality often by blacks were generally ignored, and where authorities were reluctant to impime and white women at all. Data from the Auburn, New YPRIM on homicide statistics between 1909 and 1933 reveal the special nature of the women be violent crime. Most of the victims of murder by women were adult men. Of 149 victims, 2/3 were male, 29% were husbands, 2 were lovers, and the rest were listed as man or boy. Another form of violent crime resulting in the imprisonment of women was verbering illegal abortions. 25 Tennessee Supreme Court records offer additional information about the nature of women's violent crimes. 18-year-old Sally Grimm killed her 50-year-old husband after a fight in which, according to Sally, he knocked her through a window, hit her with a hammer, and threatened to knock her brains out. Dexter testified that in previous months her husband had seriously injured her ovary when he knocked her out of bed because she refused to have sex during her period. Sally's conviction stood because an eyewitness said she hadn't been threatened with a hammer. A similar case was also down for retrial. 26 Southern states were especially reluctant to send white women to prison. They were deliberately screened out by the judicial PRXE. When white women were to prison, it was for homicide or sometimes arum. Almost never did larceny result in incarceration. In the Tennessee prison, many of the African American property offenders had committed lesser offenses than the whites, although they were incarcerated in far greater numbers. 27 Of all the women tried, Frances Kelly, a renowned prison reformer, remarked that in THIRD screening the black female offender is first a Negro and then a woman in the whites' estimation. 28 A 1922 North Carolina report one institution as being so horrible that the judge refused to end white to this jail, but Negro women are times ent. 29 Hundreds of book instances combined to create institutions overwhelmingly made up of Afro-American women. The conditions of these custodial were horrendous, as they were in PRIK, NB for men. NE Southern prisons were by far the worst. They were generally unsanitary, lacking adequate toilet and bathing facilities. Medical attention was rarely available. Women were either left totally idle or forced into hard labor. Women with mental problems locked in military confinement and ignored. but women suffered an additional oppression as well. The condition of the women prisoners is: women and imprisonment in the U.S. 339 are usually placed in the OL and GT of the prison. They are almost always in the direct charge of men guards. They are undisciplined as men are. In the prisons, children are either from the male prisoner or just others. One Munty warden told me in confidence, and at I near kill that woman yesterday. One of the reliable women amcha 18 in the Southme that I and her state at the state farm br women the dining room antains a women who are punished by kxked up in a narrow place with h insufficient room to bit down, and near earn up to be the table so as to be able to smell the over the table there I be an iron bar to which women are handcuffed when they are. Generally speaking, the higher the proportion of women of color in the worse the conditions. Therefore, it is not surprising that the physical conditions of incarceration for women in the custodial prisons were abysmal to the reformatories. Even in mainly black penal institutions, Euro-American women were treated better than Afro-American women. Early 20th century women's reformatories were parallel, but distinct, developments. By the turn of the century, industrialization was in full swing, bringing fundamental changes in relations, shifts from a rural tie to an urban one, from a family to market increased geographic mobility, eased disruption of lives, more life outside the church, family, and community. More abduction, even for women, was outside the home. By 1910, a record high of at least 27 of all women in New Y State were gainfully employed. SL NUG_NDB of women worked in the New York sweatshop under abominable conditions. There was a huge influx of immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe, many of were Jewish women who had strayed from Russia and brought with them a tradition of resistance and struggle. The division classes was clearly widening and erupted in dynamic labor struggle. For example, in 1909, 20,000 shirtwaist makers, 4/5 of whom were women, went on strike in New York. Racism and national chauvinism were rampant in the U.S. at the turn of the century in response to the waves of immigrants from Europe and black people from the South. The Women's HMN Association of New York, which was active in the Authiel Purity movement, declared in 1906 that if promiscuous immigration is to continue, it the industrious, and citizens, from *fish as well 340 Nancy Cushion as from philanthropic motives, to instruct the morally to conform to our ways and exact from them our own high standard of morality and legitimate industry. You want immoral women to walk our pollute serity, endanger your hold, menace the morals of your and daughters. Do you think the women here describe fit to mothers of American citizens? Shall generate criminals and dump them on our also at the turn the century various currents of concern converged to create a new reform effort, the progressive movement, that swept the country, particularly the Northeast and Midwest, for several decades. It was in this context that reformatories for worn and proliferated. Reformatories were actually gunned by an earlier generation of women reformers who appeared between 1840 and 1900, but their proliferation took place during this progressive era as an alternative to the penitentiary's harsh conditions of enforced silence and hard labor. 35 The reformatories came into being as a result of the work prison reformers who went ostensibly motivated to improve penal treatment for women. They believed that the mixed prisons afforded women no privacy and left them vulnerable to debilitating humiliations. Indeed, the reformatories were more and conditions were better than at the women's penitentiaries. They did eliminate much male abuse and the fear of attack. They all resulted in more freedom of movement and opened up a variety of opportunities for men's work in the operation of the prigmy. Children of prisoners up to 2 years old could stay in most institutions. At least some of the reformatories were staffed and administered by women. Y usually had cottages, flower gardens, and no fences. They offered discussions on the law, academics, and training, and women were often paroled more readily than in custodial. However, a closer look at who the women prisoners were, the nature of their affinab, and the program to which they were did reveals the email side of these ostensibly noble institutions. As with all the women in the reformatories were of the working class. Many of them worked outside the home. At New York State's Albion Reformatory, for instance, 80 had, in the past, worked for wages. Reformatories were overwhelmingly institutions for white women. Fewer women of valor were incarcerated in them. Government statistics indicate that in 1921, for instance, 12 of the women in reformatories were black while 88 were white. 37 Record keeping at the Albion Reformatory in New York demonstrates how unusual it was for black women to be there. The registries left spaces for entries of large N of variables, such as family history, cf. insanity and epilepsy. Nowhere was there a women and imprisonment in the US 341 space for recording race. When African Americans were admitted, the clerk at the top of the page. Afro-American women were much less likely to arrested for such public order offenses. Rafter suggests that black women were not to act like ladies in the first place and therefore were reportedly not deemed worthy of such rehabilitation. It is important to emphasize that reformatories existed for women only. No such parallel development took place within men's prisons. There were no institutions devoted to correcting men for moral offenses. In fact, such activities were not considered crimes when men engaged in them, and therefore men were not as a result. A glossé at these crimes for women only suggests the extent to which THIRD was L**NT on repressing women's sexuality. The hue and about prostitution, only 8.5% of the women at the reformatories were actually convicted of prostitution. More than half, however, were imprisoned because of sexual misconduct. Women were incarcerated in reformatories primarily for various public order often s so-called moral offenses, lewd and carriage, stubbornness, idle and disorderly conduct, drunkenness, vagrancy, fornication, real premarital pregnancies, keeping bad company, adultery, venereal disease, and vagrancy. A woman might face charges simply because a relative disapproved of her behavior and reported her, or cause she had keen sexually abode and was being punished for it. Most were rebels of some sort. 40. Jenny B., for instance, was to Albion Reformatory for 5 years for having had unlawful sexual intercourse with young men and remaining at hotels with young men all night, particularly on July 4, 1893. Lillian R. quit and ran off for 1 week with A.M. Lear, contracting venereal disease. She was hospitalized where she was then *NT to the reformatory. Other women were convicted of offenses related to exploitation and or abuse by men. And be pregnant twice from older men, one of whom was her father who was sentenced to PRIM for rape. She was convicted of running around when she was *10 months pregnant. 42 One woman who claimed to have married and of the fetus had convicted of murdering her illegitimate child. There was also the increasing practice. However, these institutions were reformatories in name only. Some were administered by women, but they were women who did not even have the progressive pretence of their predecessors. The conditions of incarceration had deteriorated miserably, suffering from cutbacks and lack of funding. Meanwhile, there had a slow but steady transformation of the inmate population. Increasingly, the white women convicted of 344 Nancy Cour plus land misdemeanors were given probation, paroled or sent back to local jails. As young American women left the reformatories, the buildings when transformed into custodial prisons, institutions that the terrible of the past. As prison buildings were physically closed down for various NS, felons were transferred to the buildings that had housed the reformatories. Most of the women were not only PCNR but also were black. Increasingly, Afro-American women were incarcerated there with the growth of the black migration north after World War I. These custodial institutions now included some added negative dimensions as the legacy of the reformatories, such as the strict reinforcement of gender roles and the infantilization of women. In the end, the reformatories were certainly not a triumph of the women's liberation. Rather, they can viewed as one of many instances in which U.S. institutions are able to absorb an apparent reform and UAE it for continuing effort at social control. Women and prison today. Women are an extremely small proportion of the overall U.S. prim population, approximately 5e*R9. At the end of them were 32,691 women in state and federal prison. So although imprisonment rates for women are low, they are rising rapidly, after having remained more or less constant for the previous 50 years. According to Government statistics, the number of women prisoners has mushroomed from 13,420 in just 8 years, a 244% increase, as compared to an increase of 188% for men during the same period. 51 The rate for women has grown faster than that for men each year since 1981. 52 During 1987 alone, there was a 9.3% increase in the rate of imprisonment for women, while the figure for men rose 66%. In New York City jails, the rate for women rose a staggering 33% in the last year alone, more than twice the rate of men. 5 There be a good deal of speculation about the causes of this rate in my. Although the disproportionate rise in the imprisonment rate of women has not yet been satisfactorily, there are existing explanations and hypotheses. There has been a jump in violent crime perpetrated by women as a result of the women's movement and the associated empowerment of women. In other words, increased gender tie brings more violence by women. However, there is no evidence to substantiate either the allegation that female violent have nor that equality leads to more violent crime by women. In fact, by most if not all accounts, violent crimes by have remained constant or, in some cases, actually declined. For warning and imprisonment in the U.S. 345 A comparison of female crime rates between 1977 and 1987 indicates that violent crimes actually declined while alcohol and drug-related crimes tripled. 55 A study by Weshite compared gender equality in various states with the female homicide rates in states 56. The results indicated that though states with the highest degree of gender equality have the lowest rate of homicide by females. If M_ism is not the explanation for spiraling imprisonment rates, what is? Rising rates can explained, to a large extent, by many of the same factors that influence the male for substance abuse offenses. In one southern prison, 77% of the women are there on drug or alcohol-related offenses. In another state, the number of new admissions for such offenses has jumped from 5 to 56 in the last 10 years. 57 Not only are drug and alcohol-related offenses more frequent, but the nature of the charges tends to more severe. That is, we are now seeing felony drug charges as compared to past misdemeanors for substance abuse. 58 Why the rates are rising more quickly for women remains, and it is possible that deteriorating nom_IC conditions are now pushing women to the brink faster than men. The primary caretakers of children, women may driven by poverty to engage in more crimes of survival. Changes in sentencing laws and practices, such as mandatory minimum sentencing, are commonly referred to as a main factor in rising imprisonment rates for women. Many commentators have indicated that judges are less hesitant than ever to bend women to offenses which UAED to get probation are now drawing prison time and centenniate our honor. Some Oberberg state that if there was ever a shred of chivalry, in the white male criminal justice system, that is no longer true. For instance, an administrator of a Texas women's quoted by the New York Times as stating that chivalry is dead. It's equal rights, dog eat dog, no woman at home with an apron on anymore. 60 Whatever the reason, it am certain that women are treated more punitively than in the past by the criminal justice system. Who are the women in PRIM? The profile that emerges in study after study is that of a young, single mother with few marketable job skills, a high dropout who lives the poverty level. 75% are between the ages of 25 and 34, are mothers of dependent children, and were unemployed at the time of arrest. Many left home early and have sexual and physical abuse. 90% have a drug or alcohol related. Another extremely significant factor is the race of incarcerated women. In 1982, Type PB11 Asian Warrens Prims was 50 blacks only 11% of the total population in this 346 Nancy Kursian country, 9 Hispanic Isaac, Latinol, when Ithil were only 5% of the total population, and 3% Native American, although this group comprises only 0.4% of the total population. In fact, African American women are 8 likely than white women to go to prison. Although a greater of white women are arrested, a smaller proportion are incarcerated. A 1985 Michigan study reported that 10.5% of all arrests were of white women, while non-white women accounted for 6.1% of all arrests. On the other hand, Euro-American women were 1.8% of those incarcerated, while women of color were 4.5%. 6 It is not clear, of what other factors are involved, book as the distribution of arrest. Able often or the role of prosecutorial discretion. What seems certain is that there is a different set of dynamics at work for white and non-white women. And as Carl, executive director of Women's of New York Bayo, 150 years ago it was poor whites, their names often Irish and alcohol abui. Today, it's poor minorities and drug. Numerous studies have indicated that women of color, black women in particular, are, when compared with white women, over-arrested, over-indicted, under-defended and over-sentenced. African American women are even times more likely to be arrested for prostitution than women of other ethnic groups. A California study demonstrated that white women drug violators represent the primary group arrested for this offense but are far less likely to be imprisoned than any minority group. Over a 16-year, black women incarcerated in Missouri received significantly longer for crimes against property, and served longer periods in prison. White women were generally given much longer sentences for against persons, in fact almost double those of black women. However, actual time served for Afro-American women was longer. For both murder and drug offenses, Euro-American women ended up serving 1/3 LE time for the same offenses. The study concluded that differential treatment is definitely accorded to female offenders by race. 65. Shakur, the once imprisoned leader of the Black Army who was liberated from a New Jersey PRIKN in 1979 and granted political asylum in Cuba, has offered this description. There are no criminals here at Rikers Island Institution for Women, only victims. Most the women are black and Puerto Rican. Many were abused children. Most have been abused by men and all have been abused by the system. There are no big-time gangsters here, no premeditated mass murderers, no godmothers. There are no big tier 1E and ailers, women, and imprisonment in the US 347. There are virtually no women here charged with white-collar crimes like embezzling and fraud. Most of the women have drug-related cases. Many are charged as accessories to crimes committed by the major crimes that women here are charged with are prostitution, pickpocketing, shoplifting, robbery and drugs. Women who have prostitution cases or who are doing fine time make up a substantial part of the short-term manipulation. Women stealing or hustling as for the survival of their lives or their children to deter other women from believing that they can similarly resist. 2. To in women the belief that they have no right to their own integrity and no right to defend against or resist male attack, and s. To protect and assert men's power over women. 5. Even the governor of Ohio felt to pardon 35 women who had been imprisoned as a result of violence and towards husbands and other men who had abused them. What are the conditions women face when they are imprisoned? Women are confined in a gigdom designed, built, and run by men for men, according to a fall 1990 of Time magazine. Prison rationalized that because the numbers of women have been so relatively low, there are no economies of scale in meeting women's needs, particularly their special needs. Therefore, women suffer accordingly, they say. There are a wide range of institutions that incarcerate women and conditions vary. *Me women's prisons like small college campuses, remnants of the historical legacy of the reformatory movement. Bedford Hills State Prison in New York is one such institution, Alderson Federal Prison in West Virginia is another. However, for instance, Debash describes the underlying attention inter as one in teenage futility, frustration, and many institutions have no pertinence and are notoriously over-out and inadequate. The California Institution for Women at Frontera Ho 2,500 women in a facility built for 1,011. Overrode underscoring sometimes means that women who are being held for trivial CF tenses and imprisonment in the US 349 are incarcerated in maximum institutions for lack of other facilities. Women's prisons are often particularly orly financed. They have fewer medical, educational and vocational facilities than men's prisons. 78 Medical treatment is often unavailable, in Upper V8, and inconsistent. 79 Job training is also largely unavailable. When opportunities exist, they are usually traditional female OE occupations. Karig Kona and trait on homemaking and IOW paid skills like K*optician and launderer. Why other barriers exist as well. In an Alabama women's prison, there is a cosmetology, but those convicted of felonies are prohibited by state law from obtaining such license as. 81 In most guards have total authority, and the women can never take care of their basic intimate needs in a secure atmosphere, free from intrusion. In the eatensable name of security, male guards can take down or LCNK over a curtain, walk into a bathroom, or observe showering or changing her clothes. S2 In Michigan, for instance, male guards are employed at all women's prisons. At Huron Valley, about half the guards are men. At Crane Prison, approximately 80% the staff is male, and there are dormitories divided into cubicles. In one section the cubicle walls are only 4 feet high and there are no door CT curtains on any cubicles anywhere at Crane. The OMA's desks are right next to the bathroom and the must left at all times. Males guards are also allowed to do body shakedowns where they run their hands all over the women's. 83 Incarceration has severe and particular ramifications for women. 80% women entering state prisons are mothers. By contrast, 60% of men in state prisons are fathers and less than half of them have custodial. The mothers have undergo the intense pain of forced separation from their children. They are often the sole caretakers of their children and were the primary source of financial and emotional support. S4 Their children are twice as likely to end up in foster care than the children of male prisoners. Whereas when a man goes to prison, his wife or lover often assumes or continues to assume responsibility for the children, the reverie is not true. Women often have no one to turn to and are in danger of permanently losing custody of their children. For all imprisoned mothers, the ration from their children is one of the punishments of incarceration, and feelings of guilt and anxiety about their children's welfare. S6 Visiting with children often is extremely difficult. Immersible. At county jails where women are awaiting trial, prisoners are often denied contact visit and are required to visit behind parted irons or through telephone. 7 Prisons are usually built far away from the urban centers. 350 Nancy Kurshan where most of the prisoners and their friends live. We children are able to visit, they have to undergo frightening like pat-downs under awkward and generally anti-human conditions. When women get out of many states are to provide reunification services, but in fact most do not. B8 Although even departments of admit that family intact is the one FK tour which most greatly enhances PAML, the prison system actively works to obstruct such contact. 89 Reproductive rights are non-existent. The 10% of the women in prison who are pregnant. Massachusetts is one of the states to provide Medicaid funds for women to get abortions, but these funds are unavailable for women. 90 All the FCR a healthy pregnancy are eating in prison, nutritious food, fresh air, sanitary extra vitamins and prenatal care. Women in are denied nutritional supplements such as afforded by the WIC program. 91 Women frequently undergo bumpy bus rides, and are buckled and watched throughout their delivery. 92 It is no wonder then that a 1985 California Department of Health study indicated that a third of all prison pregnancies end in late-term miscarriage, twice the outside rate. In fact, only 20% have live births. For those women who are lucky enough to have healthy deliveries, forced separation from the infant usually comes within 24 to *20. 2 hours on a birth. 93 Many commentators argue that, at their women's prims are shot through with a viciously destructive paternalistic mentality. According to Rafter, women in prison are perpetually infantilized by routines and paternalistic shakurit as a pay-to motherly attitude, a deception which all too often reverts warnen to children. Guards call prisoners by their first names and admonish them to grow up, be good girls and behave. They threaten the women with a good spanking. Catherine Burkhardt refers to this as infancy treatment. Powerlessness, helplessness, and dependency are dramatically heightened in while what would be most for women be the for women to feel their own power and to take control of their lives. Friendship among women is discouraged, and the homophobia of the prison gigdom exemplified by rules in many prisons which prohibit any type of physical contact. A woman can punished for hugging a friend who has just learned that her mother died. 98 There is a general prohibition against physical, but it is most *ryubli forid against known lesbians. One lesbian received a disciplinary ticket for lending a sweater and wag told she didn't know the difference between MPA-ion and PA-ion. Lesbians may women imprisonment in the US 351 fronted with extra surveillance or may treated like a man. Some lesbians receive incident reports simply because they are gay. Many administrators generally that community bad alternative would be better and then imprisonment. However, there is very little public pressure in that direction. While imprisonment rates for women continue to rise, the public outcry be deafening in its silence. Ruth Ann Jones of the Division of Massachusetts Parole Board says her agency receives no outside pressure to develop programs for. However, around the country small of dedicated are working to introduce progressive reforms into the prisons. In Michigan, there is a PR, Atlanta's Aid to Imprisoned Mothers and Madison, Wisconsin's Women's Jail Project are just some of the groups that have tirelessly and fought for reforms as well as provided ethical services for women and children. The T*BT programs are the ones that can constantly improve the situation of the women inside. However, many programs that begin with reform-minded intentions institutionalized in book a way that they are disadvantageous to the they are superiorly helping. Ecological county laws may have GCD intentions, but they work for the departments of corrections and often offer no confidentiality. 101 and of NRSE even the of them tend to focus on individual pathology and systematic prion. Is reactive alternatives like halfway howies often get turned around that they be me halfway in, not halfway out. That is, what we are experiencing is the widening of the net state control. The results are that women who would not incarcerated at all wind up under the of the state rather than the of women who are imprisoned. 102 Prison resistance. One topic that has not been adequately researched is the rebellion and resistance of women in prison. It is only with great difficulty that any information was found. We do not that because resistance not scur, but rather those in charge of documenting history have a stake in burying this her story. Such a her story would challenge the patriarchal ideology that insists that women are, by nature, passive and docile. What we do know that far back as 1943 there was a riot in Sing Sing in New York which was first woman's PRI. It took place in reckoning to overcrowding and inadequate facilities. 103 352 Nancy Cushion. During the Civil War, Georgia's prison was burned down, allegedly torched by women trying to. It was again down in 1900.101 in 1888. Similar activity took at Framingham, Massachusetts, although reports refer to it as merely fun. Rebelled at New York's Hudson House of Refuge in response to excessive punishment. They forced the closing of dungeon, basement, and a diet of bread and water. Within a year, similar cells were re-instituted. The story of Bedford Hills is a particularly interesting one. From 1915 to 1920 there were a series of rebellions against cruelty to inmates. The administration had refused to segregate black and white women up until 1916, and report of the time attribute the jail control of white women, geared toward turning them into ladies. This was a more physically benign prison tract than the prisons that contained black women or men. But it was insidiously patriarchal both in this character and in the fact that similar institution did not exist to control men's behavior in those areas. We also saw that historically the more black the institution, the worse the conditions. It is difficult to understand how this plays out within the walls of prisons today, since they're more sophisticated forms of trucking. That is, within a given there are levels of privileges that offer a better or worse quality of life. Research is necessary to determine how this operates in terms of white and Afro-American women prisoners. However, we can hypothesize that as women's prisons increasingly black institutions, conditions will, as in the past, come more and more to resemble the punitive conditions of men's prisons. This is an especially timely consideration now that black women are incarcerated 8 times more frequently than white women. Although the parentage of women is still very low compared to men, the rates are rapidly rising. And when we examine the conditions of incarceration, it is as if the T of women is coming more and more to resemble that of men, in the sense that there is no separate, more benign, track for women. Now more than ever, women are being subjected to more maximum security, control units, shock incarceration, in short, everything negative that men receive. We thus may be looking at the beginning of a new era in the imprisonment of women. One observation that is consistent with these findings is that the purpose of prisons for women may not be to function primarily as institutions of patriarchal, that is, their mean as instruments of real of color generally may be the overriding. Turning women into ladies or feminizing women is not the essence of the mission of prims. Where housing and punishment are now enough, for women as well as men. This is not to suggest that the imprisonment of women is not replete with exists and practices. It is a thoroughly patriarchal society that sends women to PRIXM, that is, the rules and regulations, the definition of crimes are defined by the patriarchy. This would include situations in which it is okay for a husband to beat up his wife, but that very same wife cannot defend herself against his violence, in which women are forced to act as accessories to crimes committed by men, in which option is more and more criminalized. Once in prison, patriarchal assumptions and male dominance continue to play an crucial role in the treatment of women. As discussed previously, women have to deal with a whole of factors that men do not, from intrusion by male guards to the denial of reproductive rights. Women's imprisonment has taken on the worst aspects of the imprisonment of men. But it is left with the legacy of the reformatories and the structures of the patriarchy. Infantilization and the reinforcement of passivity and dependency are woven into the very fabric of the incarceration of women. That I am constantly confronting the connections between the criminal justice IAEUE and other issues I work on, including gay/lesbian issues, rights, domestic violence, and the rights of persons with disabilities. It seems to come up so often and obviously that it is hard_RD to imagine that others don't just naturally make the connection. Here is just one example. A friend of mine who works for a shelter for women had to go to court with a client and watch her get a 5-year mandatory *ins under Pennsylvania B gun law for shooting her abuser with his own gun. Where was the law when her abuser threatened her and her children with the same gun? The judge who sentenced her had no choice. She is actually working with others in the legal field to amend the law. Surely the legislature didn't intend it to have this effect, or did it? But this was not an isolated case. Other battered women are already serving mandatory sentences under this law. Some were even brought back to jail after serving and being released from lesser sentences handed down by judges who believed that the mandatory sentencing gun law was not meant to apply to battered women acting in if defini. But the state, in its impersonal wisdom, appealed for its of flesh and won. And women who had already suffered at the hands of their batterers and again at the hands of the courts, who had picked up the remnants of their Livy and their children's 360 Susan Sachs lives, were without ceremony up and in jail for 5 years. These women represent no threat to anyone, or do they? Is it so threatening to the men who make our laws that women should want some alternative to abuser or death? After all, who be it that goes to jail anyway? My own XL*Rini among women in PRIM tells me, as numerous studies and observations of others have shown, that an overwhelming majority of incarcerated women began as victims of child abuse. What differentiates them from all the rest of the abused women who do not go to jail? Not much, except that like the battered women who finally turned on their attackers, they sometimes fought back. They rebelled against their abusers, became throwaway or runaway children, were jailed, or were placed in institutions by parents who saw them as CRA_or delinquent. Again, the message is the submit to abuse in private by a parent, husband, or boyfriend, or fall prey to abuse by strangers, the pimps and pushers on the street, or the xyle workers, wardens, officers, and attendants in the prisons, mental hospitals and detention. For the past couple of years, in addition to working on a of progressive issues ranging from Central America to abortion rights, I have been employed by agencies which advocate for persons with either disabilities. We try to enhance their lives and eliminate the isolation, marginalization, and they have traditionally suffered at the hands of our society at large, or in me of many institutions. In one horrible case that recently came to light, Gary Haydenich, a man with a history of mental illness, preyed upon, imprisoned, tortured, and murdered several mentally retarded women over a period of years. I share every ounce of horror and outrage expressed by the media, and the gawking public. But my knowledge of what happens daily to thousands of inmates in the modern-day snake pits that are our hospitals, training *hulg, and homes will not allow me to stop with mere anger toward an individual. Every day people are starved, raped, beaten, and even killed in institutions. They are tied to chairs or lie naked, freezing or sweltering as the season dictates in their own body wastes. They are drugged into oblivion or left to in physical or mental torment for years on end. But this is done by the state. Our taxes pay them to administer the legal torture chami ours. When some the worst ka are discovered, we are shczked, made sickened, but where are the cries for revenge, for justice, for assurance that this will never happen again? Frankly, I don't think mcet of us care. We don't know or don't want to know. We want those people kept out of sight and out of mind. And when an individual commits acts that we recognize as atrocities, telling someone 361, we want him put out of sight with the rest of them. Gary Haydenich was jailed before, and you can bet that prison did more to ensure that he would commit future violence than to deter him from it. And who was the target of his pent-up rage? Not the powerful, but the most needy and helpless he could find. Gary Haydenich carried out his revenge on his victims, and we are outraged. But the game abuse, committed in our names by those duly authorized, just make us a little uncomfortable for a while. State-sanctioned crimes are not crimes. The Haydenich makes me wonder the natiaks, ours who heard noise, who smelled burning flesh, who were aware of, who saw the Araming women dragged into the car, but who did nothing. It makes me wonder about the police who were callous and who couldn't seem to do anything. Where is it written that the odor of burning marijuana is probable cause to search but the smell of burning women is not? There's something we all have in common with the who didn't know or wouldn't notice the smell of burning flesh and the good Germans who didn't know what was being burned in those smoking furnaces outside their villages. It's that Kingsley thing that makes us deaf to the cries of an abused child next door, that enables us to step over a human being lying on a steam vent and go on our business, that prevents us from identity_fring with a peasant bombed in some village somewhere far away. We don't know, we don't want to know, because knowing demands action. I am convinced that when the Haydenich cat is finally unraveled, that where there will someone, a relative, a neighbor, a minister or teacher, someone who didn't hear the cries of little 2-year-old or little 5-year-old Gary Haydenich, a community that didn't respond, they didn't know that he was being abused. I am convinced that no one could do what he did without having experienced savage abuse himself. And I am equally convinced that when someone knew and did nothing, the Heydenichs and the Hitlers come from our not wanting to get involved. They eventually get into places where we hope we won't ever have to think about them again: prisons, hog pitals, history books. In the abuse prevention movement we teach children that if they are abused, they should tell an adult, and they should tell and keep telling until they get help. Children had better be prepared to tell and tell. In this world you have to do a lot of telling before help comes. I guess that's as good as any writing this article to keep telling until hears, and to remind us all, myself included, to listen and to help. Jenny Vander Wall. Thoughts on telling someone? Since article telling someone was first public concern about the very serious problem of child abuse, physical, psychological, and sexual, has elated. Many adult women and men have realized that they were female victims of incest and other forms of abuse children, and have become more open about traumatic experiences, both in small group and in the media. There is now also a more widespread awareness, expand both in the general media and in professional journals, that many people who are imprisoned, especially those guilty of committing truly heinous crimes, were the victims of prolonged and extremely violent abuse as children. Since I'm particularly interested in this topic, I've acquiring relevant material, from which I'd like to quote several passages. Sharon Stricker, director of the Bright Fires creative writing program at the California Rehabilitation Center, GAZE, in her article Fire at We the Nightmare Then We Build the Frison. When I first began at CRC, I had known that at least the women I would work with were victims of child abuse. Nor was I aware that at least 75% were victims of child abuse, because it lends to has a role in the lives of the women at CRC. As an ELF may take the form of drug addiction, and mental and or crime. emu_b, NBUE is an integral part. The most women with I have Joel Norris, author of Serial Killers, states. Simply putting more on the and building more jails won't end the violence because the normal forms of deterrent don't work for serial killers. Executing victim serial killers faster and closing down their avenues won't work either. Most serial killers have a death abide to with. The current knowledge of experts in the fields of neurology, internal medicine, psychology, and criminal justice hug that the diabetes of real murder is generational. It is passed on through child abuse, negative parenting, and genetic damage. 3. Ken Magrid and Carol McKelvey, in High-Risk Children Without a Conscience, also address this subject. Unfortunately, despite its laudatory by Colorado's Congresswoman Pat Very Picola relies heavily on the regressive theories of Stanton E. Samanow, James Q. and Richard J. Herrnstein. However, Magrid and McKay do include mime useful material. For example, after stating accurately enough that Charles Manson has been called the most dangerous, feared man alive, they go on to quote Manson himself. Jails, and have been my life since I was 12. Most the stories and articles written painted yen old as having fangs and horns from birth. They my mother was a whore. Would it change things to say I had no koya in selecting my mother? Or that, ing a bastard child, I wag an outlaw from birth? That during formative I was in control of my life. Hey, listen, by the time I was old enough to think or remember, I had around and left with people who were strangers even to those I knew. Rejection, more than love and acceptance, has been a part my life birth. My feeling is, I've raped and ravaged by iety. Dry by the courts. Beaten by the guards and exhibited by the prisons. My remains and by that people like me. 5 The question for the dominant iety is whether it will continue to treat these former victims who are tlyed by childhood trauma in ways that are solely punitive. At what point or age does the abuse victim, recipient of the public's concern and change in society's eyes to the abuser, a subject for vilification and condemnation? Those of us who are activists, from reformers to share, of course, the responsibility to stay aware, at all times, of what is happening to the children of today who null be tornarouse manums and hidnicks. But we must the very difficult question of what if we had the power to open the print would do with who truly are Amina and with those people 364 Jenny Vander Wall who are not currently in prison who are perhaps holding high government omseg heading up multinational who are alojabo psychologically war *ds to poi, even when thoi patients of domination are eliminated, cetal threat we can take mime comfort from the fact that much of the present situation is undoubtedly caused by the structure of the current system, the resurgence of overt racism, the widening economic gap, the rich and the poor, with the concomitant materialist consumption by the overprivileged and ongoing campaign to drug the underprivileged into submission, the sexist mentality which creates the role of prostitute and then denigrates the woman who fills that role, the patriarchal mindset that declares a child, any child, to be illegitimate. With the creation of a just and equitable city, all these problems and the child abuse they give rise to, will indeed be history. However, we, or if not us, those who come after us, the generation which sees our collective efforts, will still have to deal with the damage done, from the recalled serial killers to the fathers and mothers, whose existence is a fact we must have variously abused their children in the way that they were themselves abused. Since we have a healthy and valid distrust of THOE experts in whom FM example, J.R.L. Norris appears to put NME faith, we will have to develop our own angwer to question on the limits rehabilitation. Those of us who favor abolition of the death penalty, prisons in general, will have to discuss this subject now, because our opponents will take every available opportunity to attack us around it. Susan Sachs has again stimulated movement people to go beyond rhetoric to areas of the moral choices we ourselves are, or may in the future be, making. In this process, we ourselves, and our movements, will grow. Notes I. First published in Gay Community News, August 23 and pt. Ember 5, 1987. To Sharon Stryker, First we create the nightmare, then we build the prison, Heresies, a feminist publication on art and politics, number 22. 3. Joel Norris, Serial Killers. 4. Ken Magrid and Carol McKay-Ivey, High Risk, Chi and N Without a Conscience. 5. Magrid and McKay-Ivey quoting from Emmons, Manson in his own words. 365. Laura Whiteham, Preventive Detention, a Prevention of Human Rights? In our CDIB, the norm and detention without bail is a carefully limited exception. Justice William Rehnquist, USU Salerno 481 US 739. Justice Rehnquist's words discrit * an ideal that many of us would like to is an integral part of the U.S. stem of law. Ironically, his pronouncement is from a Supreme Court decision that upheld the constitutionality of preventive detention and thereby guaranteed that the gap between the ideal and the reality of the criminal justice system would widen. His words have given me little comfort during the 5.5 years I've spent in jail, only 1 year of which resulted from a conviction. The rest of the time was on preventive detention status, awaiting trial. Being a carefully limited exception hasn't made it any easier to be awakened at 4:30 a.m. every morning by clanging metal gates, accompanied by a hostile hurry up. No talking. Not at McReynolds, you're in jail. I know, I'm in jail, and I've known it since May 1985, when I was in a Baltimore apartment by the FBI. They were searching for a group of revolutionaries, some of whom had keen fugitives for years. Although I was not a fugitive, and had no outstanding charges, I was immediately placed under arrest. The initial accusation leveled against me was that I was an FBI agent during the raid, a charge so blatantly false that even the magistrate who arraigned me questioned its veracity. That didn't stop the U.S. attorney from asking that I held in preventive detention, and it didn't deter the magistrate from granting her request. In theory, the government has the burden of showing why bail should be denied. But, in practice, things are reversed. Magistrates and judges routinely grant such requests by the government, and defendants inherit a new burden of proving why they should granted the fundamental right 366 Laura Whitehorn of posting bail and thus remaining free until they have arrived at trial. In my case, over the following 2 months the prosecutor charges of seizing 2 guns and false identification papers found in my apartment, and my preventive detention status was reaffirmed. Under the Bail Reform Act of 1984, the law that authorized of preventive detention in cases, the prosecution can subsequently request that an arrestee placed on preventive detention only if a crime of violence be charged against him or her. In my case, the unproven and contrived and ultimately petty assault charge served as the requisite violent act. Under the law, the prosecution has to establish that the accused constitutes a bona fide threat to the community, and/or could not prevented from fleeing any conditions or set of conditions of her or his bail. To cast the necessary aura of dangerousness about me, all the U.S. attorney was required to do was offer a pro forma recitation of the fact that I had a record of 3 prior arrests. It was true, of Curry. I had been arrested since the 1960s, when I became involved as a college student with the civil rights and anti-war movements. I've been involved in a broad range of human rights and social justice. I picketed, protested, demonstrated, and defended myself and others when we've attacked by the police. In 1969, I was arrested 3 times in anti-war demonstrations. None of the arrests were serious enough to result in a prison sentence. I was released on bail in each case, and each time for all court I violated none of the conditions of release, and, in one instance, I completed 2 years of unsupervised probation. All this also part of my record. Nevertheless, the magistrate I should be held in preventive detention, the fact that my father was willing to offer his home in lieu of cash bond, and offered to directly my did not matter in the least. At a later hearing, the articulated Hig own exception to my right to bail, I should be denied bond, he said. Because I had stated in court that I to live by revolutionary and human principles. In other words, given the magnitude to which he felt such an attitude to be politically objectionable, the judge opted to leave me in lockup without trial or bail. This decision was subsequently upheld twice by the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Apparently no one in the federal judiciary was prepared to come to grips with the reality that once you begin to make these sorts of exceptions to basic right, no matter how carefully limited by political misiderations, the exceptions inherently destroy the right itself, for everyone, converting it into a mere privilege withheld at the whim of the state. Or that's exactly the point they're trying to get across. Detention 367. In May 1988, 3 years after my arrest in Baltimore, I was indicted along with 5 other political activists in Washington, D.C., on charges of conspiring to influence, change, and protest policies and practices of the United States government in various international and domestic matters through violent and illegal means. 3. The policies and practices we were of protesting include the Contra War against Nicaragua and the invasion of Grenada and Dailing of Lebanon in 1983. The violent and illegal means at IAEUE involved 4 bombings of government and military buildings, including the of the U.S. Capitol building itself following the assault on Grenada. No one was hurt in any of these. My co-defendants in what quickly known the Resistance Conspiracy CA4 had arrested at various in 1984 and 85, and are now RV_NG outrageously long PRIKM terms for often _AES, which, for anyone else would have resulted in far lighter sentences. Susan and Tim Blunk, for instance, were sentenced to serve 58 years apiece for ex-plebes. Linda Evans is serving 35 years for charges involving the FAL to procure firearms. Marilyn Buck was up for a cumulative 70 arranged fines centering in an RICO conspiracy to free Black Army leader A88 Atta Shakur from Prison and to expropriate funds from Azure.ed banks and armored trucks. Alan Berkman was given 12 years and to the federal Buper maximum prim at Marion, Illinois, merely for having provided medical treatment to Buck. This was construed as harnering a fugitive 5. Insofar as there are no counterparts to the verity of most of these sentences in U.S. juridical history, it that carefully limited exceptions in legal pyramidure extend well beyond questions of bail, at least where charged with politically motivated offenses are in any event. Of these new charges, IWAG scheduled for a bail hearing in Washington, D.C., even though IWAG still held on preventive detention in Baltimore. Here, too, I was ordered to held without bond. In April 1989, the judge in the Resistani conspiracy case dismissed all charges against of the co-defendants Blunk and Berkman, on grounds of they'd already been convicted of other charges in regard to exactly the same actions the government was to try them for in the instance. The government to have the charges reinstated. The appeal process could take up to a year. 368 Laura Whitehorn I again bail. This time the judge ruled that arbitrary detention for more than a year constituted a violation of due and ordered my release on precisely the same grounds the Baltimore court had earlier. At this point, the Justice Department simply trotted the Baltimore charges back to the fore, and was able to continue my detention without bond from that quarter. So, there I was, defendant, essentially the same potential prison time facing me in each case, same bail conditions in each instance, and too diametrically judicial. The upshot was that I continued to sit in jail with neither bail nor trial, as the years passed. It was not until 1990 that an arrangement was arrived at in which I was actually ascertained to be guilty of anything at all, and then only by virtue of pleas I entered in exchange for federal reneged upon to the early of my comrade and co-defendant Alan Berkman, suffering from Hodgkin's disease and in desperate need of the sought-out medical attention denied him in confinement. 8 In the end, I was imprisoned much longer under such 5.5 years, although about a year and a half of this period came after I entered a plea on one count of the Baltimore charges and could be considered as bare wing time on that than had I simply and tried, convicted, and sentenced on the original charge, which carried a maximum of only 3.5 years. Certainly, I served far more time, without trial, in preventive detention, on fairly minor charges, than was served by Ku Klux Klan leader Don Black, following his 1984 conviction for having piled massive of automatic weapons and explosives in preparation for invading and overthrowing the government of the Caribbean nation of Dominica. 9 Similarly, my preventive detention alone ultimately outstripped the 9 months served by Michael Donald Bray, a right-wing fundamentalist convicted in 1985 of bombing 10 abortion clinics. 10 The 1984 law in practice. When the 1984 Bail Reform Act passed in Congress, a few members of Congress expressed that preventive detention might prove to be 01 and ended in ETA application. They were assured by the Attorney General that the Speedy Trial Act would limit detention time to 90 days. But the Justice Department disingenuously neglected to mention that the same and judge who were empowered to collaborate to deny bail under the first law were similarly empowered under the *con to obtain exemptions from the trial rule. And that, to preventive 9 sure, is precisely what the department's attorneys to do, once the law was passed. Unless the right to bail before trial is preserved, the presumption of innocence, secured only after centuries of struggle, would its meaning, stated Justice Thurgood Marshall in an impassioned in the Salerno. Justice Marshall warned that the erosion of any one of the hard-won rights of individuals faced with criminal charges would lead to others. He was right. With the development of preventive detention, the presumption of guilt has replaced the presumption of innocence in U.S. law. Now, a detainee's guilt or innocence is aided, not by a jury of one's peers, but by a judge. The determination is made, not upon a full range of evidence, but upon a limited and selective presentation of information by the prosecution. Any burden of rebuttal is placed squarely on the accused, and must carried out within 3 days of his or her arrest, a point at which most defendants are lucky to have a lawyer, never mind having had time to prepare for a hearing. Indeed, Tajan underscoring by having to defend her or his client from preventive detention leaves any defendant attorney at a distinct disadvantage. Fighting for bail including appeals in many cases takes up much time and which could and should be preparing the catastrophe. Implications of destruction of the presumption of innocence is, of Curry, most glaring in cases where the accused is later acquitted. Even if only 10 to 20% of those held in preventive detention are eventually found not guilty, the Justice Department refuses to divulge the actual probably thousands of people who are never of any crime are arbitrarily imprisoned and otherwise punished in the United States every year. When the Bail Reform Act was debated in 1984, the Justice Department predicted that it would to only small detainees. But, by 1985, the first year in which the law was available to it, Justice, by its own statistics, it against 21% of all federal defendants. Every lawyer IBB can with believes the is far higher now. The impact of preventive detention is even more far-reaching than is apparent from the when it is considered that many studies have shown that defendants who are incarcerated prior to trial are, all other factors equal, far more likely to be convicted by than those who have been free on bond.
That is partly a result of the deplorable conditions and escalating overcrowding in the country's jails, matters about which I am in AM 8 to speak directly after extended periods in the Baltimore City Jail and Washington, D.C., Detention Center. Under such selecting an ATT or 1EY an almost impossible task for many prisoners, MCWT pretrial facilities 370 Laura Witt 40 RN will permit detainee to make phone calls only, and most lawyers won't accept them. There are, theoretically, provisions for the making of supervised, direct legal calls, but the demand is great that guards often throw up their hands and refuse everyone rather than to pick and choose among Washington, D.C. Detention center holds of a crime and held without bail on preventive detention. One can be retained. Phone calls are monitored by the authorities, and so attorney-client confidentiality is impossible. Additionally, as will readily apparent to anyone who has ever had occasion to deal with an attorney, in the vast bulk of instances you are far more likely to able to claim his or her professional attention if you are in a position to able to walk into Hermes arms at higher NIS is all the more true when jail visiting procedures require as they typically do that attorneys wait an hour or more for their clients to brought down from the housing unit. I have long since lost track of the number of women who have told me they met their lawyers for the first time upon entering the courtroom. Being imprisoned war all means that a DNNDANT can't ET, interview, or ECTYO you can neither coherently review the evidence to be entered against you, nor evidence in your own defense. Nor can you to EE0 me even marginally proficient in the of law to your cat. In Baltimore, no law library facilities of any sort were available to the women incarcerated in the Liberal jail, awaiting trial. In the DC jail, women were allowed to go to the law library for only 15 minutes a week, a privilege which was frequently cancelled for one or another. When I was in 1985, almost all the prisoners who were bond were either awaiting trial on first-degree murder charges or had a clear history of bail jumping under the impact of the preventive detention statutes. The jails are filled beyond any definition reasonable capacity, largely with African American defendants awaiting trial on minor drug charges. It obvious that a large and increasing proportion of prosecutors and judges have arrived at the conclusion that simply being black and poor constitute prima facie evidence that one is either a threat to the community, a flight risk, or since it is an established fact that prosecutors are more likely to request the death in a capital in which the defendant is and non-white, it follows that they are equally likely to request that preventive detention be imposed upon of color at disproportionately high rates. Justice Rehnquist, in the Salerno decision, tried to distinguish preventive detention from imprisonment without trial through the absurd contention that pre-trial detainees are held under better conditions than untense. This, he asserted, made pre-trial detention regulatory rather than punitive. This juridical slight patent falsehood, as it to maskin 372 Laura Whitehorn entirely opt-bite reality. Like everyone in the DC jail, I was locked in a tiny cell, intended to house one adult, with my cellmate at least 14 hours per day, and often much longer. There were no real windows. The din of far many in far too little became maddening. The noia, coupled to a which began before dawn each morning, virtually precluded sleep. And several times each month, our cells would turned inside out, strewn about or destroyed, and NAL property trampled in an institutional effort to find contraband. Visits with anyone other than attorneys and media *antitives were restricted to 2 hours per week, and allowed to occur only by phone, with detainees separated from visitors by thick partitions. Outside recreation, the only time prisoners are allowed to aee the sky or breath fresh air, was scheduled for 3 hours a week but, in practice, restricted to 1 or 2. The fact is that many, perhaps most, people held on preventive detention status, and who are subsequently convicted, a net improvement in their conditions of confinement they are transferred to an outright prison. Moreover, after a few months of jail conditions, many pre-trial detainees are willing to cop a plea, just to get away from the zoo-like regulatory circumstances imposed upon them and into the relative ganity of a prison environment. The Rehnquist court inverted the facts, and one suspects it did deliberately in its desire to rationalize the of preventive detention by enforcement in the doing. The of justice is a giant step in creating the very condition of overcrowding and other human misery which have made U.S. jails even more punitive than they were already. But, then, stripped of a veneer built upon prevarication and denial, this may well have been the motive underlying the majority opinion from the very outset. Justice Marshall, in his dissent from the High Court's Manning in Salerno, view the implications attending the Bail Reform Act and Gooby-Kent federal preventive detention practices with which no honest and thinking person can disagree. Such statutes, Marshall wrote, consistent with the usages of tyranny and what Bitter teaches us to call the police state, have long thought incompatible with the fundamental human rights protected by the Constitution. 13. Unfortunately, far too few honest and thinking people were paying attention at the time he penned his dib*nt, and things have moved very far in the direction the aging justice most feared in the few years preventive detention. 373 Political applications of the law. One of the hallmarks of A.B. Lie state is the conscious manipulation of the legal stem to ensure social and political control by a self-perpetuating elite. 14 Which modes of conduct are labeled criminal, and how severely they are treated as a result, are functions of the political agenda of those in power, the status quo. Hence, it should come as no surprise to die over that, in the U.S., preventive detention and imprisonment are visited primarily upon the poor, the oppressed and political opponents of the government. 15 A clear example of the latter category may be found in the fact that my co-conspirators and I are in PRIKJN for our opposition to the Contra War against Nicaragua, while Oliver North, who made the war beepsable, though what even the Congress and federal courts were forced to admit were entirely illegal means, including a blatant subversion of the Constitution itself, was required to erve a moment behind BAM. Similarly, Marilyn Buck, Mutual Shakur and other dissident aid have been given huge entençate for racketeering, a term which is utterly inappropriate to either their actions or their motives, while Ivan Boesky, a man known to have masterminded a vast conspiracy to defraud others, and who personally benefited from his activities to the tune of $3 million, *RVED less than 3 years. 16 Increasingly, it's not a matter of what you did, but of who you are or what your politics are that determines your legal status in America. The preventive detention statute was used for the first time against 8 activists arrested by the FBI in 1984 and charged with planning a range of revolutionary activities, none of which actually took place. 17 As is always true in political cases, the Bureau orchestrated an hysterical media campaign branding the as the MCST dangerous terrorists ever apprehended in this country. And, as has the Justice Department's standard operating procedure against Lee-wing defendants, the 8 were labeled perfect candidates for the new law. The fact that 8 of them had no arrest record and had deep roots in the community carried no weight. *TIV written into the law the very first time the FBI yelled terrorist, and the defendants proudly acknowledged that they considered themselves to be revolutionary black liberationists. The 8 were held in preventive detention, some for many months. Only a massive outcry from the African American community and a variety of international human rights organizations secured their release on bail. Contrary to the warnings, they all appeared for trial and, after a lengthy process, were acquitted of all but the most 374 Laura Whitehorn minor charges. No one was to and such debt as they were paid to OSCXIety was considered by SHMT terms of community *nice. 18 Such was the verdict of a jury of their peers, a matter which prompted a considerable outpouring of opinion from propaganda mills like the New York Times to that the system works. The fact remains, however, that each of the exonerated individuals had already erved a substantial sentence incarceration, without a *blaney of due and for unabashedly political reasons. To the extent that the system worked at all, it was in unstated terms of visiting extra-legal punishment upon the politically deviant rather than in meeting rhetorical goals of an individual who has spent one of the perico in preventive detention. Philly *RTOO Haterfi, is a political primer. He was one of 12 Puerto Rican independenciatas arrested in a massive FBI sweep of the island on August 30, 1985. And accused with belonging to a revolutionary group called Los. The Bureau contended that the organization expropriated more than $7 million from a Wells Fargo AMS in Hartford, Connecticut, on September 12, 1983. An action in which no one was hurt. 19 Again, FBI hype about terrorists and the defendants being the most dangerous ever abounded. This was particularly virulent in Ojeda's case because he had defended himself and his family from a Bureau SWAT team armed with machine guns and a bazooka during the FBI's raid UVN his home. An agent was wounded in the resulting probe fire. 20 The firefight figured prominently in Ojeda's bail hearing. And he and his co-defendants were all ordered held in preventive detention. Because of systematic FBI illegalities expe during the pre-trial fee of the trial at Ilfwag postponed for a year. One by one, the other defendants were granted bail. Finally, after almost 3 years incarceration, and after he underwent emergency heart surgery, Ojeda himself was released on bond in May 1988. 3 months later, on the anniversary of his original arrest, he was rearrested by the FBI and charged with assault, a matter stemming from his defense against the Bureau's 1985 assault on his home. Although the court was fully aware of the facts surrounding this event when it finally granted him bail, a new judge in a different circuit again ordered that he be held in preventive detention. He spent another year in pre-trial lockup until, on August 26, 1989, a jury in Puerto Rico acquitted him of all charges attending his conduct during the Fin fight. He had spent a cumulative 35 months in jail without ever having seen of anything at all. 21 Preventive 375 While only a small percentage of held in preventive detention, it is striking that the Justice Department invariably gets it in virtually all cases involving radical left-wing activists. Obviously, the bail reform law has and molded to politically repressive purposes. Preventive detention, along with gag orders, anonymous juries, disproportionate NC_NG, arbitrary denial of parole, and militarized courtrooms. The resistance conspiracy case was the first in which certain high-security measures, such as isolating defendants behind a plexiglass 8 wall, were deployed or all routinely applied in cases involving leftist political defendants at this point. 22 Such practices, when observed in other countries, often lead to outraged cries of totalitarianism by U.S. academics, journalists, and political commentators. Of these same measures have gathered increasing force and momentum in this country over the past several years. However, the situation has been faced by these same parties mainly with equivocation and denial, or with a thundering silence. The government's war on has always an agenda over is, and domestic war on international terrorism was used to justify the invasion of Grenada, the Contra War, continued support of the death squad regime in El Salvador, and, perhaps most, the recent Gulf War. War on domestic terrorism has UAE to rationalize and justify the FBI's resurgent role as a political police force, the legalization of CIA at home, a vast buildup of state and local police power, and the of considerable legislation to make it an okay now. The war on narco-terrorism has advanced as justification the invasion of Panama and U.S. intervention in countries such as Colombia and Peru, as well as the overt militarization of U.S. itself. Everywhere, we hear Churchill's hailing India remnant of the streets in cities such as Los Angeles as an important weapon in the war on already. In places like Chicago and Washington, D.C., residents of public housing must produce OMCHL identity certificates to able to enter their own homes. How long can it the African American and Lottie_No of North America are and continuously patrolled by National Guard or even Army Gear * and helicopters? Nlear _Reno EG answers to the problems now faced by North American criety. Having AW years in jail, one of the Supreme Court's carefully limited exceptions, I know that the * problems cannot away. Unfortunately, many have, however, into the lunacy of the government's law and order * non-K, Lucian. Given the realities of race and Verdi, in combination with the of state poor in the U.S., the prospect is that more 376 Laura White whom and who should be until proven guilty will long pre-trial in the years ahead.
The terrifying truth is that we have already ventured almost the entire distance down the road to the police state that Thurgood Marshall envisioned. One can only pray that it's possible for enough people to open their eyes in time, the beast which is now upn us, and to kill it before it devours us all. Notes. I hearing, District of Maryland, May 14, 1985, before Magistrate Paul D. Rosenberg. 2 hearing, District D. Maryland, June 24, 1985, War Judge Harvey M. 3 U.S. v. Whitehorn, et al., Crim. No. 88-0145, Indictment, May N., 1988. 4 U.S. v. Whitehorn et al., 710 FSUPP 803, 1 Mendance motion dismiss the indictment for government misconduct percent January 3, 1989. RICO refers to the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, 18 U.S.C. S. 5 1961-1968. 6 hearing, District of Washington, D.C. July I, 1988, Judge Harold H. Green. 7 U.S. v. Whitehorn, et al., Crim. No. 880145, District of Washington, D.C., June 8, 1989. 8 Whitehorn, Buck, and Evans each entered guilty pleas to 1 count of conspiracy and 1 count of participation in the 1983 Capitol bombing. Whitehorn Alm entered a guilty plea with regard to the posse ion of false identity papers in Baltimore. Whitehorn an aggregate of 15 years. Buck and Evans received comparable sentences tacked onto the ends of their existing prison terms. Of this writing, a year after the fact, Alan Borkman, who has eligible for parole since 1987, Romain bin Prib, N. The and despite the fact that he has near-death evil since treatment in May 1990. 9 on B. Lack, GOMOT.KN to dismiss, CIT, p. 56. 10 U.S. v. Bray, Crim. No. 85082, District of Mad, 1985. IL. Congressional Record, No. 130, February 3, 1984, pages 13940. 12 Salerno, OPCIT, at 2111, quoting Stack v. Boyle, 342 U.S. I. 3. 13 Ibid, at 2106. 14 A GM Denali of the structural aspecta of the state may be found in Lxac D. Balbug, the dialectics of I. Eagle R.Q. Retium Black Rebels before the American courts. 15 A dated but still UAE full examination of such trends can be found in David Wise, The American Police State, the Government Against the People. Also AEE Ward Churchill and Jim Vander Wall, The COINTELPRO Papers, Documents from the FBI's Secret Wars Against Domestic Dissent Ston, South and Pre, 1990. Preventive Detention 377-16. Buck and Shakur were sentenced to 50 years apiece, Buck sentenced to run to a 20-year sentence for illegal possession of firearms by a convicted felon, and Shewag already serving her resistance conspiracy. Antini was set to run consecutively to the prating to 17 U.S. v. Kimuranga, ETAZ, 609 FSUPP 1070. 20 On the island-wide raid and Ojeda Rios Defense of Home and Family, Ronald Ferrandez, Los Misteros 04 EUY Orc, Printi e Holly Press, 1987. 21 Filiberto is Free. La Patria Radical, Volume 2, Number 2, September. 22 For instance, was placed under a gag order which eliminated his ability to government propaganda directed against him for the entire period in which his Puerto Rico case was pending and at trial. Similarly, Whitehorn was placed under a gag order with regard to her Baltimore case. On use of anonymous juries, as examples, U.S. v. Ferguson and U.S. v. Odinga, et al. On militarized courtrooms, see U.S. v. et al., Crim. No.
0-0145-05 doesn't need gangs like the West Coast does in opening new markets. The American drug czars open new markets and the gangs catch all the heat as the czars laugh all the way to the money laundering banks. How much longer are we going to allow this scenario to take place in our black communities, with the gangs that are comprised of our kids? How much longer are we going to think the drug problem is the kids' fault? Our kids are caught up in a conspiracy that's making drug lords at the TW big money. We must help extricate them from this stem of *if destruction which lines the pockets of the American greedy. 382 Julio Rosado political prisoners in the United States. The Puerto Rican charade law have been threatened by the disintegration of public values in the larger society, and its future can only by a reversal of in order to save the law. We must look the law. Analytical argumenta wholly internal to the law can only take us far. Nxera must mething more a belief in values and though to act on them. Owen Fisk, The Death of Law. One of the drawbacks people in attempting to understand the existence of a large number of political prisoners in the United States, many whom consider themselves to prisionero war, i.e. that they have no realistic view of what Puerto Rico is all atxut. Puerto Ricans are certainly not a large TNDY people living in New York City on drugs and welfare, struggling to achieve in location, even an elementary school education. No, Puerto Ricans are al*opal who were already existing in a vibrant system 100 years before the English landed at Jamestown. We are a people who evolved from a complex Afrocentric culture long before there was a development of any sort of Anglo-iety in North America. And we are certainly today a who can count among ourselves NME of the finest lawyers, nuclear scientists, geneticists, and Churchill and political thinkers that Latin America has ever produced. To the extent that these attainments have ignored or are not a part of the crumbledge in places like Y University, don't blame yourselves. Blame the fact that Puerto Rico be a colony of the United States and that it has still not achieved its independence. In 1898, the U.S. exceded it and LF on Puerto Rico at a very opportune moment, a moment when the Puerto Rican people and the Popol CF nearby Cuba were about to deal the death blow to Spanish colonialism in this hemisphere. Nice struggle of the Puerto Rican people against the U.S. domination FIOM the very out of the NTH political prisoners in the United States 383 American military of our island. And even with highs and lows in the struggle, it is one that has been consistent. As consistent, example, as a week or two ago, when Puerto Ricans staged a general strike to prevent sale of the Puerto Rico Telephone Company, one of the few national resources still in the hands of the Puerto Rican people. We have produced many martyrs. Mere have been massacres in Puerto Rico, though we who have fought for the independence of Puerto Rico have seen the victims of conducted by the North Americans on the island, under the leadership of some of the great legal minds of the United States, individuals who have come from universities like Yale to Irv in Washington, D.C. One of the particular dynamics of the for national liberation waged by the Puerto Rican is that we have very *men, height refuge in the North American legal system. Reason for this ig that for the people on the island who have waged the national struggle, the North American legal system is itself representative of our opinion. It is the means by which the U.S. domination our island has been rationalized and made to appear, if not just, then at least legal. Other words, that legal system has been the instrument through which tyranny has been imposed upon the masses of Puerto. And when I bay my ayes, please understand that I do not wish to exclude who advocate for Puerto Rico. Who vote are as much victims of the North American occupation as those of us who advocate independence. Pre-and Puerto Rican prisoners emerged from the struggle of the 19,608, the first group having been captured on April 4, 1980. They were originally called the Puerto Rican prisoners of war. Eventually, there were 17 of them, with 410 of them claiming the status of prisoners of war. Nigh is none strange to many people in the U.S. even who don't hesitate to the idea that the individuals in question are political but prisoners of war? Another story. Why? Issue of war in the we employ the term comes from the context of international law, with the approved by the General Assembly of the United Nations, inspired by the for Algerian independence and the decolonization of Africa. The importance of the Protex 018 of the Geneva Convention of 1949 is that they acknowledge for the first time that to be a prisoner of war, when captured, need not belong to a standing, recognizable army or a fighter clothed in the usual garb of war. Because of the nature of national struggles, the fighter, of necessity, must be dressed in the clothing of the civilian population in its everyday existence. Once all that is required are such individuals to have a status as of war that they 384 Julio Rosado advance a claim to that status and be with the rayon_ized National Liberation Movement. Interestingly, when the additional Protem 018 were updated, signed, and approved in 1973, the Cuban delegation declared that they were signing with a clear understanding that the protocol would be automatically extended to Puerto Rican fighters, as of war. The Puerto Rican independence fighters have refused, as is their right under international law, to the North American judicial system. That is, when they were accused of and tried for specific crimes under U.S. law, they did not print a defense. The reason they assumed this putter is that the Puerto Rican national liberation struggle does not recognize the legitimacy of U.S. law or its jurisdiction over us. It is the rule of we, as a nation in our own right, have our own laws. Presenting a defense in U.S. courts would, by extension, of the United States claim of PASHI_NG a right to adjudicate our political status, thus denying our right to national self-determination. While clearly understanding why the Puerto Rican nationalists were unwilling, by participation in its court procedures, to legitimate U.S. claims to rightful hegemony over us, the United States simply refused to deal with the position advanced by the Privmerg. Trials were conducted even without the particerned eye on the accused. Ultimately, all of them were summarily imprisoned on criminal charges, with sentences running from 35 to 135 years. The outcomes would be laughable in some instances, were real people not doing real time as a result. For instance, in the case of Alicia RMRFGUEZ and Luis Rosa, they were charged with and convicted of stealing a vehicle, tying a person up, and then using the vehicle in commission of a felony. For this, they were sentenced to 135 years. In other instances, conspiracy charges, often seditious conspiracy, formulated as a plot to overthrow the government of the U.S. in Puerto Rico through actions undertaken on the mainland, has and advanced. Now, when you think about it, the whole idea is absurd. But, again, the penalties imposed have been most severe. In most countries, there would be absolutely no question that the actions contemplated or carried out by the Puerto Rican nationalists were of a political nature, and that the people involved were therefore guilty of, if anything, political crimes. Even under a penal regime such as that of Pinochet in Chile, which all of us must agree was a character, political actions were acknowledged as such, and the people who committed such offences were periodically released. In fact, in most countries of the world, even in the worst dictatorships, people imprisoned for their political actions are periodically released. Political prisoners in the States 385. Only in the United States, deviation from political orthodoxy is typically preempted as common criminal conduct, and where the act of nasting the O**tives of the status quo is cast as mything unnatural, akin to child molestation, selling drugs, or running a prostitution ring, do we find a refusal to recognize any category of political criminality. Thus, it is the exhibition of the government and, unfortunately, much of the citizenry, that there can be no such thing as a political primer, much a prisoner of war, held by the states. It follows that it is impossible to create the environment necessary to obtain amnesty for such persons. Yet, and there is no lack intentionality involved in this apparent paradox, political prisoners are treated much worse in U.S. than in other prisons. While denying the very of their existence, the authorities ensure that political prisoners and prisoners of war are isolated and repeatedly transferred from one prison to another, and in a variety of ways. They have been consistently denied mail in Eddings, wherefore or such things are no problem. The political are constantly harassed in this country's institutions. In sum, the government conducts an omchal charade, refusing to acknowledge the category of political prisoner on the one hand, while, behind the walls, it deferentially treats people according to their political status. Such a systematic approach cannot be coincidental or accidental. It is the result of an omchal policy of duplicity and in the most extreme form. 386. Puerto Rico political prisoner. Nelson Ramirez speaks. I was born in the city of New York riot in the Ghettos of the Bronx during the I am a 31-year-old Puerto Rican independenciata, of Lydia Almodovar, a small town Hebrew with enormous pride in her elf and her people. It be from her that I received such passionate feelings for our homeland, Puerto Rico. She is a woman of amazing strength and courage. I grew up in a single-parent home in which there were 4 children to feed. We defied the onslaught, drugs and violence that surrounded us and followed our mother's orders. I finished high XHCXJL and went on to college. Since the 1970s, when I attended Hunter College, I have participated in various organizations, such as the Committee to Free Puerto Rican POWs, dedicated to the independence of Puerto Rico. I also president of the Puerto Rican Student Union CM Campus, where we battled the administration for such things as daycare for students with children, registration for the draft, and institutional complicity in new policies abroad. We ensured numerous activities in support of our POWs and, on several occasions 8. Were honored with the presence of Don Juan Antonio Carretero and his compajera, Consuelo Lee Carretero. Sometime after leaving the university, I became an emergent medical technician and joined the emergency medical of the city, and bureaucracy probably feels that it has successfully mellowed you out until a guard gives a direct order or the administration does something that you know violates your principles and you respond. For example, strip arching is a common for each and every one of us. But, since it is done randomly, it can be done out of vengeance. Procedures for strip arching can arbitrary, depending on that particular guard. Because of the arbitrar why it is that must be on guard. Recently, during a strip arch 2 female guards demanded that I do mething that was totally outside prison regulations. After my refusal, they both began to threaten to take action. Action entailed calling the guards and dragging me off to segregation. Such threats are nothing new, nor do they serve to intimidate me. After a heated argument, one of the GUA.NIS stepped out to confer with the superv of VRS. That particular guard was well aware of if they continued to try to carry out such a humiliating order, I would be arched only in the presence of a nurse. After a period of 15 minutes, they came back and shut the door without saying a word. I questioned, none of my questions were answered. She just maintained a stern and stare. The next K_NCRK was from the nurse. The strip search was carried out, but it was not done under the threats and humiliations that were originally attempted by the guards. By forcing them to call their unjustifiable harassment was revealed. I'm the longest held prisoner with guard escort status at Dwight. Simply put, guardia ort entails having each and every movement continuously monitored by a prison guard. Each and every time I am from one unit to next, I have to wait an indefinite amount of time, sometimes a few minutes or as long as an hour. Besides what that implies, being a guard-escorted prisoner I be a psychological tool utilized by the bureaucracy to make the guards think that no matter what I'm doing they have to be constantly watching me. Plays around with my correspondence. They will deny any correspondence me and my comrades. But they will end me approved notices to with other male primners who don't write to engage in polioal dialogue, but rather penitentiary romance. And the bottom line, what is really a prieve is not able to the needed development of clandestine work. The hardest. That's the hardest operation. This may not the play to develop politically, but 9 years have proven that it is neither a setback nor a total IOS. FPR, Could you talk N but women's oppression in Prin, N? Alicia, until colonialism is dismantled, issues such as women's cannot fully mature. But in the meantime, I the need 390 Freeporto RKO for revolutionary work to develop among in a different culture there are women, and it is an enriching experience to able to learn from each culture and its unique problems. It is also enriching to learn about the differences and how one has gone about struggling against equal discrimination. An example would be the recent MLN trip to Japan and how the women's movement in Japan felt a solidarity with the Puerto Rican POWs. Our oppression was an and they could easily identify. This commonality has resulted in a recent dialogue. In the US there are many issues which the women's movement has become involved with, book as the abortion issue, the nuclear arms sexual pornography and violence against women, all issues that must be publicized and need our support. Even behind prison bars we are still subjected to sexual discrimination. We don't take this lightly. One thing RVE noticed here at Dwight is that the male guards and staff will try to find out how long the women have been here. They think that the longer a woman has here, the more likely she will be willing to be turned on by them. Whether it be by the LTNKB, the jokes, the innuendos, and touching, these P-brain guards think we're just physical objects. Sexo *ta. They honestly we have the hot asterisk for them. FPR, at this point, could you tell us about the impact that Prim has had on you? Alicia, it's taught me that I cannot divorce the past. The past is so present. I agree with what has been said, if I were here for any other charge, it would be a very frightening experience. 9 years confirms the ability to politically analyze one's experience, and one's 1G future goals should derive not from selfish interests but from unselfish love. It's not an easy task, in fact, it's a daily struggle to shed selfish, individualistic tendencies. It stems from the fact that we're human. A lot of the needs get guppied either consciously or the way I deal with it only remembers that I'm just like everybody else, I'm not separate from the human race. You learn to keep yourself in and develop priorities. Most of the time this allows you to patient. You're not here because you wish to hear, it has been on you *cause of your bell and political aspirations. People ask me, what do you do all day? I'm bun. In NAID, I don't have enough time. After 4.5 years of struggle, I've finally managed to engage in vocational and academic programs. After 4.5 years of janitorial duties, I managed to find fully within the bureaucracy to engage in intellectually stimulating careers. In the Infer, with Alicia Rodriguez 391 *Ginning, it was overwhelming because I swat most of my time in 4.5 years in a cell and in an unstructured environment. Finding myself in a classroom with responsibilities outside of political ones, it took time to get used to it. At first, I felt that it was incorrect to deviate from my analytical job. But, after several discussions with comrades, I realized that I was wrong. Regardless of the situation, if the opportunity is to learn, one should not CIO*. Since then, I've managed to develop a passion for photography. Photography helped me up anew towards life. Behind a viewfinder, one develops a keen eye towards details which can easily cross over to everyday life. It was also an opportunity to realize how important it is for a prisoner to find an outlet in which to nurture creativities. The monotony of prison life can sometimes make you stir CRA4. It can numb the brain. Therefore, one has to develop a discipline to challenge oneself. It is easy to flow with the majority, which means sitting for hours in front of a TV watching BAP operas and sitcoms, or engaging in several hours of card games, or hours of grooming and eating time with no demands on anyone. I find my *LF going against the grain. Out of a population of even 100 women, there are only even women that are engaged in academic courses in a year academic program. Even though we have no choice over the courses that will be offered, and are uncertain our studies will lead towards a specific degree, I view this as a challenge.
A challenge because I am to an area that I may never have found my *LF taking in if I were on the outside. In other words, we make the most of what's available. After each and every quarter, I may feel mental fatigue, but feel of accomplishment that is in this environment. In looking back on the 9 years, I feel that instead of developing any symptoms of depression, of cynicism, tiredness, I feel, instead, that I've developed more patience, more and a positive. I must admit that this fountain of dynamic energy that I draw strength from comes from within the other prisons that hold captive my comrades, and from the unselfish work on the outside. I am aware that we still have a long way to go, but the small and major victories kept us and confident of the future. 392. Puerto Rico political prisoner. Filiberto O. de Rios speaks. I am the third and youngest of 3 brothers and sisters born to Inocencio Ojeda and Gloria Rios, all natives of Naguabo, Puerto Rico. I was born in 1933. My father was a teacher in the public instruction system. My mother administered what was then the rural alms, which consisted of a room in the house where I was in Rio Blanco, a small community about 5 miles from Naguabo. I have been married for 34 years. I entered the University of Havana in 1964, and studied science until 1965. In the latter year, I became sub-chief of the Remanent mission of the MPI in Cuba. In 1966, I was appointed alternate delegate to the Organization for the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. From 1966 to 1969, I also served as a member of the Puerto Rican residents in Cuba, and was editor of the Puerto Rican publications directed at our own community and to other Latin American communities. In 1969, I returned to my own country, engaging in diverse political activities as part of the Puerto Rico revolutionary movement and 394 Filipino O. de Rios our struggle for independence from U.S. colonialism. I witnessed firsthand the police attack against the central UMSs of the MPI and, in 1970, I was arrested, of being an organi_er of the Movimiento Independentista Revolucionario en Armas, a formation in armed struggle at that time. I was never convicted of the * charges, which were finally dismissed in 1980 for lack of evidence. From 1970 until my next arrest on August 30, of being a leader the armed formation 1-08 the Maya Anti-Independenciata FBI raid on the island, I lived in clandestine fashion in my country. The of Independentista by the federal colonialists, the numerous attacks and assassinations carried out by right-wing forces including death squads and other groups organized or encouraged by the CIA and FBI, and rare *aided threats against my life allowed me no option to assume a more political role in our struggle. This personal experience confirmed for me the significance of the concept of clandestinity, which is unfortunately a necessary response to the consistent repression by the U.S. of national lit * ration movements in general, and the Independenciata movement in particular. My present circumstance of being held for years on end in North American jails with recourse to neither bail nor trial has merely reinforced one again the correctness of this view. Insofar as the stem by which we are oped no longer us even the illusions ofustus or pros, we have no alternative but to pursue our literation any and all means available to 395 Puerto Rico political prisoner Lucy Barrios. Barrios speaks. I am known as, but my full name is Luz Barriog Barrifos. I was born on March 5, 1949 in the mountains of Nara_Ngito, under the light of an oil lamp. I am the fourth of 5 children, 3 girls and 2. My father is a farmer, and although he is 78 years old, he is still working the land from my mother dedicated to caring for and home. I have the 2 surnames because we are children of Twoi in Thoi mountains during my infant years, with dogs, auras, and nature, close to the people and land that I love. I lived among humble people, my family, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, grandparents, cousins. When I was 8 years old, we to Barrio Lomas Jaguas, CIO * to the road, and my parents live in this house today. Although my brothers and sisters have since left home, we are a closely knit family.
I went to grammar *school in my barrio and junior high in my hometown. I was a student, with good discipline. I attended the University Puerto Rico at 17 and earned a BA in occupational therapy. Although I had pro-independence sympathies in high school, it was not until my second year in college that I became an independentista, after the poli kill I Antonia Martinez, a CLAS mate. During the Vietnam War, I to realize my TRUE feelings about, but it wasn't until college that I became a member of the Puerto Rican Independence Party. After the 1972 I became a member of the Puerto Rican Party. It was in the PSP that I educated myself as an independentista. I was in the PSP during their days of major marches and demonstrations, when we had a record membership and competed with the PIP. During that time, I met my compañero, Juan E. Segura, whom I called Pab. We fell in love the first time we saw each other, when I was visiting friends in Boston. Although we were living in different countries, he in the US and I in Puerto Rico, we visited one another a few times. We used to develop other relationships, but were unable to forget one another. I married Tamig Perez in 1974 and had my first child on March 30, 1975. We named her Luriza. When she was 2 years old, Tom and I met Papo again when he returned 396 Lucy Barrios Perdos to Puerto Rico, and, since then, we have never been apart. My Ramon Enrique was born on September 3, 1979. When the PSP decided to become part of the electoral Percres every 4 years, an internal situation of 10 led that touched many us. I started to become involved with other groups that supported the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and Vieques. I also devoted much time to working as an. Thus, the struggle will continue. Puerto Rico will free. All *D people will free. Vence Remo and 398. Puerto Riquify a political prisoner. Carmen Valentin speaks. I was in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, in 1946. And attended a school on the island until my parents were forced to migrate to the mainland in 1956. Because of dire socio-economic circumstances, we were forced to nitrate from the small farm where we had been living in to Chicago's west side. It was in this predominantly black neighborhood that Martin Luther King led a crucial march during the period of civil rights agitation of the mid-608. By 1969, the Black Panther Party headquarters was located just 2 blocks away from my home. On September 4, 1969, Party Pred Hampton and Mark Clark were by police in the game immediate area. These events came the basis for my political formation and development. The racism, and social oppression, so emphatically denounced by leaders such as King, Clark, and Hampton, as the A.N. text from which I launched my search for equality and social justice. I attended Partrial BCHCLS during my Elementa_re and Econda_re years in Chicago. My education continued at Northeastern Illinois University, where I obtained a BA in Spanish. Later, I earned an MA in and secondary school administration from Roosevelt University. I had completed about half the courses required for a doctoral degree in psychology when I was captured by the state. In any event, after I graduated from Northeastern, I returned to the West Side community and began teaching at Clemente High *HTNL, a predominantly Puerto Rican institution. My political awareness grew, due in large part to the hard studying and continuous practical I gained every day I was at Clemente. I acquired a relent interest in helping my people learn about their cultural heritage, understand the nature of their and thereof key to identify their real enemy. During this I not only involved in educational in the public and the De Diego Bilingual Center, but in combating Plan 21, the Chicago city government's Plan T.O. physically our West Side community. I was also active in fighting police brutality against the Puerto Rican community, and in programs designed to guarantee right Puerto Rican and other Latin American political prisoners speaks 399 at Statesville in Joliet, Illinois. For several years,
I was totally committed to attempting to help bring change to U.S. institutions. It was not until later, overwhelmed by the futility of the task in the face of official rejection of any constructive alteration to the status quo, that I had been squandering my energy in pursuit of empty reforms. All was not wasted, however, as this was an instrumental part of my political education, something which could have learned in any other fashion, at least not by me. It to say that, by the late 19708, the nature of my political connectently, of my political activities, had undergone a considerable evolution. On April 4, 1980, I was captured in Evanston, Illinois, along with 9 CF my comrades in the Armed Forces for National Liberation of Puerto Rico. We were charged with an array of offenses involving edition and armed insurrection. Eventually, I was sentenced to 98 years in prim. As a consequence, I have separated from my beloved K.M. Antonio, now 21 and a student at Paul University, in Chicago. I am, however, proud to say that he has GMWN into a perfect example of the revolutionary intellect I tried for long instill among our youth. During the festivities which celebrated the 120th anniversary of the Lares uprising in Porto, the Unitary Committee Against Repression awarded the Mariana Bracetti Order to us, the Puerto Rico women prisoners of war. Antonio was present at the celebration as my Fersana one representative, as well as the representative of Dulcia Pagan and a whole new generation of independentistas. Above December *R 1988, he was also appointed to represent the Puerto Rican movement at a human rights conference held in Japan. Although my may now encapsulated within this cage of steel, it is obvious that my spirit, and therefore our struggle, lives on in my son. This continuity of free sustenance from one generation to the next is, always the irrepressible strength of our movement. It be this strength, this power, which guarantees that ultimately we will win. We are ready to continue our until the final victory, not only colonialism, but against capitalism, racism, and all other forms of cured. Wherever I may be, and under whatever circumstances of confinement, I will always be honored to have served, and to serve, as a fighter and, fully, as a UAE-ful example to the masses of humanity everywhere. My in the communist future of my country, and ultimately of the world, remains firm. My faith in you, my people, remains equally firm. 400 Jim Campbell, New Jersey prisoners under attack. The African National Ujama, a Pan-African nationalist GM.NP that has been educating and organizing black Primjaners in New for several years, is under full attack by the state of New Jersey. Last summer the state prison administration and guards blamed the ONU for 2 major disturbances which left many guards injured. On May 30, 1991, even prisoner B at Frenton were indicted for allegedly attempting to murder 3 guards, as well as 14 uns aggravated on vanguards. Ali Olden 50 to 100 years. The immediate cause of the incidents in which black prisoners fought it out with white guards was ongoing racial and political harassment. In retaliation, suspected leaders of ONU's were exiled to other state pre.N systems as far away as Oregon. Other prisoners were sent to the Management Control Unit or into the notorious Vroom AI Utranant Unit, a Kantmel unit UAE'd as punishment. There was the usual round of beatings and destruction that one can anytime prisoners act to protect themselves in a collective manner. Attempts are still being made to charge ONU people who were in the MCU at the time with responsibility for the attacks on the guards, even thought the MCC is completely cut off from the general populations. Further developments suggest that the state be not content to leave the repression up to the outside courts, or their own kangaroo internal court aid. On May 9, 1991, Dinad Pinckney was arrested in Philadelphia after he had allegedly purchased weapons and explosives from an undercover cop. According to the media, the police had bet up the purchase after an informant in Trenton State told authorities of a plan involving automatic weapons and explosives that wag linked to Pinckney's brother-in-law, William Stovall, being held at the state prison. In spite of protest by Ajamu Kafel, one of the founders of the ONU,
that Stovall was not part the ONU. The police insisted that he was an active member and that Pinckney was a minor player in the group. In the last week of May, 1991, Hatari Wahaki arrested for allegedly an assortment of TCNLS, including wire New Jersey prisoners under attack 401 needle Noe pliers and pick, a screwdriver and a set Viagra. These were found in the insulation cavity of an ice cooler in Wahaka's cell in the Vroom Readjustment Unit. Again, the authorities said that the asterisk arch was conducted after they had received information from an informant that an escape was being planned. Wahaka was transferred to the MCU. Wahaka's involvement with the ONU was also played up. The Priu and Omchals were also suggesting that some staff members were negligent or criminally involved in getting the tools to Wahaka. One can understand the attempt at logic, since Wahaka could not pick the tools up at the local hardware store. But considering that the whole matter seemed like a setup from the beginning, it raised that some of the black guards shielded a group of African prisoners from white guards EK_NG to extract revenge for the thumping they had just taken. An internal confirmed that there had a between the two groups of guards along racial lines. While Vroom is physically parroted from the main body of the Trenton State Prim, it is nonetheless likely that the tensions between the white and black guards carry over to the Vroom unit. In both instances, the ONU was linked in the media to the Black Liberation Army, a group which developed out of the Black Panthers and which waged armed resistance during the 70s and early 80s. The BLA had several with the police, including one with the New Jersey State Lice in which Aida Shakur was wounded and captured, and Zaid Malik Shakur was killed along with one of the troopers. Asada was later freed from a state when 4 armed comrades went for a short visit. In spite of the denials by the ONU that they are connected to the BLA, the media reports make reference to just such a connection. It serves as further evidence that the ONU, according to Corrections Omchals, is terrorist in nature and violence-prone. The ONU is one of the new generation of radical prisoner groups to emerge in the last few years. To prison Omchals, a politically and racially conscious organization with an ability to reach other primnas, to educate, to help develop a ene of dignity and self-worth is more dangerous to the smooth running of the prisons than the existence E81*CIA 11Y for anyone engaged in political organizing. At the same time, the *vir punishment inflicted on the activist prisoners serves as a warning to other prinas. The police, politicians, and prison crata all know that the prins are a powder keg, ready to blow at any time. Indeed, they themselves predict major riots will be ming by the mid-90s and they are preparing for this politically and technologically. They will carefully studying the past, even if we don't. And what they know very well be that they must smash any emerging political anxious ni befkre it hag a chance to develop. 403 excerpts from The Verdict of the International Tribunal on Political Prisoners and Prisoners of War in the United States, whereas it is essent.il, if is not to have recurri, as a last right, to rebellion against tyranny and a pre-ion, that human rights should by the rule of law. Preamble A Universal Declaration of Human Rights 10, 1948 The International Tribunal on the Human Rights Violations against Political Prisoners and Prisoners of W in the United States, a wide coalition of 88 organizations, the civic, religious, anti-imperialist, labor and national liberation actors, held in New York City from the 7th to the 10th of December, 1990. This event held at Hunter College included the active VA_House jurists and international figures, Frank Badohu, Javad Bolas, Inard Anthony Gifford barrister and member of the Howie Lords, Norman Peach Arifes JRCF Public International Law and Constitutional Law at the University of Hamburg, Germany, Jose R. Rondon, Selena Romani Agafia or of Jurisprudence and Human Rights at the City University of New Y, Toshiyuki Tanaka, George Wald. The event was by Dr. Luis Nieves Falk 6N, renowned geologist, lawyer, writer, and member of the Penn Club. At the start the tribunal, which was attended by more than 1,200 franten representing every continent and 15 states of the U.S., the Aviv-named jurists stated that the tribunal assumed jurisdiction under international law approved by appropriate national organs, specifically 1503, adopted by the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. Article 38 of the 404, the verdict of the International Statutes of the International Court of Justice recognizes the authoritative of such tribunals on contemporary standards of international law. Additionally, jurisdiction is conferred such pursuant to accepted principles of international law approved and adopted by the world community in convening such extraordinary tribunals as that established in Nuremberg, Germany, and Tokyo, Japan, during the Paris 1946–1949. Finally, it is a universally accepted principle of international jurisprudence that, once all domestic legal remedies have been exhausted, victims of fundamental human rights violations should have to appropriate international tribunals. It should be noted that the tribunal is satisfied that all any steps were taken to inform the defendant government and its agency of the nature and purposes of the tribunal hearings, including ervis of the indictment of President George Bush and appropriate federal and state officials, and that every opportunity wag the defendants to attend and present testimony in their own behalf. Although the defendants failed to avail themselves of the opportunity to testify, many of the document and expert witnesses indicated fairly the basis of the government's opposition, and the tribunal duly noted such views in reaching ETA. The tribunal examined the situation of the new African, Native American, Mexicano Chicano, and Puerto Rican actors, and that the U.S. IG in violation of the 1960 United Nations General Assembly on the granting of independence to colonial countries and PECLE 1514 with regard to its of continuing role and jurisdiction in the *. Additionally, the tribunal found the U.S. to be in violation of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of People and United Nations Resolution 2625, known the Declaration on the Principles of International Law Concerning Friendly Relations and Among States in with the Charter of Nations, Pa di Biconensis in 1970. Hence, the sectors in question are fully entitled to exercise on under various elements of international law, including the above noted declarations and resolutions, and Common Article 1 of the International Human Rights Covenants, 1966. It follows that individuals and organizations pursuing determining status for the actors in question must be considered as bona fide and legitimate national movements within the meaning of Article I, Paragraph 4, Additional Protocol I of the Geneva Conventions relative to the treatment of prisoners of war, of August 12, 1949, and are to be accorded the status of prisoners of war, and their treatment should be in accordance with the Geneva Convention. The U.S. has refused POW status to these anti-colonialist fighters, claiming that it is not a signatory to the additional protocols of the Geneva Convention. This refusal to accept universally humanitarian protections for fighting colonialism, apartheid, and alien domination, should not and does not preclude the according of those protections. Ironically, the U.S. government has expressed strong support, selectively, for the freeing of political prisoners throughout the world. At time, however, vociferously denies the existence of political prisoners at home and resolutely echoes a familiar refrain that those who claim to be political prisoners and prisoners of war are simply terrorists and criminals. The tribunal was mindful that the judicial system be promoted by many as one of the most progressive and protective of individual rights. The claim that the U.S. not hold political prisoners has therefore gone generally unchallenged. The tribunal leaves that the evidence presented before it overwhelmingly establishes an opposite case. The U.S. government uses its judicial system to repress legitimate political movements which are opposed to it. Following the presentation and review of numerous documents to the jurists with who suffer under despotic regimes such as that South Africa, jailed for their activism against apartheid, the tribunal therefore concluded that any U.S. denial of the existence of political prisoners and prisoners of war in its jails, and consequent failure to afford such prisoners the 406th the verdict of oral fundamental protections of humanitarian law, constitute serious violations of human rights, immediate attention of world public opinion and rectification by the U government. Criminalization and denial of the rule of law. It is a violation of international law for a state to attempt to criminalize the struggle of peoples to achieve self-determination.
To the authoritative United Nations Resolution 2625 of 1970, every state has the duty to refrain from any forcible action which deprives of their right and termination and freedom and independence. UN. Resolutions 93/22 and 3324 also a.endem the detention and imprisonment fighting colonialism. Government is using an strategy which parallels those of certain other states, e.g., those South Africa, Israel, and the British administration in Northern Ireland in confronting insurgent movements through reprieve, antidemocratic mollifications of the legal item aimed at the tuition. This counterinsurgency strategy allows for the enhancement or expansion of the power of law enforcement agencies to surveil and infiltrate political groups as well to coerce the cooperation of individuals with police investigations and to criminally underscore a political affiliation. The testimony. Additionally, we were informed litigation in Puerto Rico that has evidently revealed the existence of more than 100,000 DUIM by the police on activists and tribunal on political prisoners 407 submartyrs of the Puerto Rican independence, and who have been correspondingly subversives by the authorities because of their legitimate desire and work for an end to colonization. It has keen shown that the FBI also uses an internment MWER through the jury, a proceeding under direction and control of the government, to force CUFRAT.ION with investigations into political activity under pain of arbitrary imprisonment for refusal. In this pyramidure, the government issues subpoenas to a secret hearing in which there is no judge, and from which defense counsel be barred. WITN can land of their constitutional right to remain silent and TN answer all questions concerning their political associations and activities. Scores of activists have been imprisoned over the past 15 years through this project. The government has even resubpoenaed activists who have already of time in refusing to collaborate with grand juries, in full knowledge they will we again land thus be returned to this effectively constitutes internment without trial or demonstration of just cause. Guy charged with politically motivated offenses are frequently held in preventative detention. Specifically, the evidence shows the U.S. government some of the Bail Reform Act of 1984 violates international law by as dangerous to the immunity who most actively struggle FCR self-determination. This statute the government to jail its opponents for years without trial by means of indefinite detention, thus denying the right either to a speedy trial, or to relay ending trial. Excessive pretrial detention violates Article IL of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 9 of the 1969 International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The evidence further show that political activists are often charged with violation of broad conspiracy laws which rely on evidence of political affiliations and beliefs to prove criminal agreements. Tribunal heard testimony about 28 jail statutes, that pertaining to ambitious conspiracy, and the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, which allow for criminalization of membership in political organizations and national movements. Statutes have been used to incarcerate political activists with lengthy sentences. The conspiracy law specifically criminalizes opposition to U.S. policy. Under this law, a mere agreement to oppose a U.S. policy with force, without proof of any act taken in furtherance of that agreement, is subject to 20 years imprisonment. 408 The verdict of the IRA national political prisoners in the U.S. have also victimized by false charges and prosecutions in which evidence favorable to the accused is deliberately suppressed. The tribunal was presented with evidence of three particularly serious called New York THNI. Herman Bell, Anthony Jalil Bottom and Albert Na Washington. We find most disturbing that the U.S. government continues to incarcerate such prisoners despite and other PRCXF, Dick Selk ed after conc Lucy Velli establishing that they did not commit the offense for which they have been tried. The tribunal evidence of a *rise of repressive means were employed in the conduct of political trials. Of particular concern is evidence indicating a calculated attack by the U.S. government on the independence and impartiality of jury trial procedures. The media have been used to poison attitudes in the communities from which juries are elected. Just as disturbing is the of anonymous trial juries. Under the latter system, by declaring the necessity of keeping jurors' identities. Those same jurors are inherently prejudiced into believing they have to fear the defendants. This fear is often exacerbated by intentional, ostentatious, and excessive militarization of eco_writing. Tribunal was of the multiple metal de TICO, RO, concrete bunkers, armed marshals, sharpshooters visibly displayed on, RFS adjacent to court. Houseg and, in one instance, the erection of a special bulletproof glass partition to separate the accused from the public. Evidence showed that trial venues are also manipulated, particularly in the cases of Puerto Rican activists, to deny a trial by their peers. Finally, persons are routinely denied the right to present a full defense, including issues of necessity, clear evil, and other justifications for their actions available under international law. Excessive and inhuman sentences. The evidence shows that the United States metes out the longest sentences of any country in the world to its political prisoners. T political prisoners and of war in the U.S. are serving the tribunal on palmcal prisioners 409 equivalent of natural life in prison. Leonard Peltier has served over 13 years of 2 life sentences, Sundiata Acoli is serving life plus 30 years, Herman Bell, H. Washington, and Jalil Bottom each serving 25 years to life. The Puerto Rican POWs Carl B. Torres, Adolfo Matos, Dulcia Pagan, Ida Luz Rodriguez, Carmen Valentin, Elizam Escobar, Alejandrina Torres, Ricardo Jimenez, Alicia Rodriguez, Luis Rea, Edwin Cortez, Alberto Rodriguez, and Oir L6 Pez Rivera. Many of OM have already more than 10 years in prim, and have sentences averaging 67 years. Any judge who sentenced them stated that, had it been within his power, he would have sentenced them to death. Mumia Abu Jamal currently sits on Pennsylvania's death row, awaiting imposition of the ultimate penalty. Evidence was presented demonstrating that political have and UAE to impose, in many instances, life terms of imprisonment. Moreover, it is abundantly clear that the sentences imposed upon Imani left-wing prisoners, are grossly disproportionate to sanctions imposed upon members of right-wing and /or racist organizations convicted of similar offenses. For example, an assassin Chilean diplomat Orlando Letelier was in a plea agreement, wherein most charges against him were dropped, to receive a sentence of only 12 years. Conversely, a Japanese activist, Yuki Kumura, arrested in the United States with 3 pill bombs in his car, was charged with 12 parate and sentenced to an aggregate of 30 yen. There are several other instances in which comparable disparities are evident, to wit. In 1986, a man convicted of planning and carrying out bombings, without warning calls, 10 Raymond Luke Levasseur_R was convicted of 4 unoccupied military targets in protest of U.S. foreign policies and was sentenced to a total peerless Manhattan apartment building. By comparison, left-wing activists, Tim Blunt_K and Susan charged with cupping explosives in an unpopulated storage facility, 410. The verdict of the International were each to serve 58 years, far and away the longest sentences for this offense in U.S. history. A Ku Klux Klansman, charged with violations of the Neutrality Act and with PASE_NG a batload of explosives and illegal WBMS to UAE in a planned invasion of Dominica, received an 8-year sentence and was freed after serving only 2. In contrast, Linda Evans was convicted of purchasing 4 weapons while using false identification and was sentenced to 40 years imprisonment, again the longest sentence. Article 1 of U.N. Resolution 3452, the Declaration of Protection from Torture, 1975. Unfortunately, a number of additional violations of the latter can also be discerned with regard to U.S. treatment of political prisoners and prisoners of war. Torture and cruel, degrading, and inhuman treatment. The tribunal heard considerable testimony and received substantial corroborating documentation, that the United States government uses its prisons as a key element in efforts to deny various peoples the right to self-determination, and to disrupt or neutralize T.HOE organizing to U.S. policies. Any evidence established that the government UAE's political beliefs and institutions as a basis for classification of prisoners and consequent block asteriskment of them in highly punitive and restrictive facilities, especially units. Of the fact that such treatment can be extraordinarily damaging to those subjected to it, there can little doubt. The testimony of Dr. Stuart Gratian, a psychiatric expert on the areas and harmful effects of long-term inhalation and solitary confinement, made a profound impression on the tribunal. Was also received demonstrating that in the early 1960s U.S. Prims adopted a policy Lashon Unite, putting into effect brainwashing practices designed to the behavior and attitude of political prisoners and resistors. With political prisoners JJ full knowledge that conditions of military confinement, small group isolation, and ENRI stimulation cause adverse psychological effects, the government has created and maintained prisons and control units the *veto_Rs. Examples include the U.S. Prim at Marion, Illinois, the Federal Women's High Unit at Lexington, Kentucky, and New York State's Shawangunk Correctional Facility of the Federal Prim at Florence, Colorado, presently under construction. The U.S. prison at Marion, condemned by Amnesty International as violating virtually every one of the United Nations standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners, holds more political prisoners and prisoners of war than any other prison in the United States. ELD has keen shown that, prison officials place prisoners at Marion and retain them there for years although they do not meet the stated criteria for *meant to that facility. A U.S. court which found the conditions at Marion to pass constitutional muster UAE'd as a technique in this regard, aberrantly routinely. And viral prisoners suffering from cancer have been subjected to lengthy and punitive delays in diagnosis and treatment. For example, Alan Berkman, afflicted with Hodgkin's disease, has nearly died viral times when prison officials withheld medical treatment and refused to place him in an appropriate hospital facility. Sylvia Beraldini's palpable abdominal lumps were months, despite the fact that she later revealed to suffer D1-2 the verdict of the international and aggressive form of uterine cancer. Similarly, Kawasi Balagoon, suffering from AIDS, was not diagnosed until 10 days before his death. In sum, the tribunal finds the U.S. government's handling of ex-lite prisoners and prisoners of war constitutes torture, and cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment in violation of Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and in contravention of the United Nations Standard Minimum Rules for Treatment of Prisoners. Additionally, the tribunal finds for the same RIA.NS that the U.S. government is in substantive violation of the Declaration on the Protection of All Persons from being subjected to torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the American Declaration of Human Rights, and the Geneva Convention and Protocols thereto. Finally, in the same connection, the tribunal finds that U.S. government's policies regarding political prisoners and prisoners of war violate the First, 8th, and 14th Amendments to its own constitution, as well as equivalent provisions within the constitutions of the various states of the Union. Verdict. Based on the factual and legal foundations stated above, the Special International Tribunal on the Human Rights Violations against Political Prisoners and Prisoners of War in the United States declares: 1. Within the prisons and jails of the United States exists substantial number of political and prisoners of war. 2. The prisoners have incarcerated for their opposition to U.S. government policies and actions that are illegal under domestic and international law, including denial of the right to self-determination, genocide, colonialism, racism and militarism. 3. The U.S. government criminalizes and imprisons persons involved in the struggles for self-determination of Native Americans, Puerto Ricans, Black Janu African, and Mexicano-Chicano activists within the borders of the United States. 4. Those peoples legitimately struggling for national liberation are not to be treated as criminals, but must be afforded the status of prisoners of war under the Additional Protocol I of the Geneva CEN. Tribunal on Political Prisoners D135. NEU.S Government ALR,
criminalizes and imprisons white North Americans and others who have worked in with struggles for self-determination, as well as for peace and against nuclear arms, against racism, sexism, and other forms of discrim. 6. Criminal justice system of the U.S. is being used in a harsh and discriminatory way against political activists in the United States. 7. The U.S. government's UAE of surveillance, infiltration, grand juries, preventative detention, politically motivated criminal conspiracy charges, prejudicial and anonymous trial juries deprive political activists of the fair trials guaranteed them under domestic and international law. 8. Political activists have been systematically subjected to lengthy primontenses and to torture and cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment within the U.S. prison system. The tribunal therefore calls UB, and the U.S. government to 1. Relieve all prisoners who have been for the legitimate exercise of their rights to self-determination or in opposition to U.S. policies and practices illegal under international. 2. Cease all acts of interference and repression against political movements struggling for if determination or against U.S. and practices illegal under international law.